Hee. Psst, 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 psst. Psst, 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 psst. Where the fuck am I? There I am. I was missing. Music, go. Sounds a little quiet. Let's turn up just a tad. Okay, now it's loud. I turned it up and now it's loud. Hold on. There we go. Blibby! Thank you for the throw, thank you for the yeet, and Gil. Congrats on first. I'll give you a giant big gulp cup. It's got like a, it's the number 1 that's in marker. Fucking funny. Alright, let me get a little stretch. But welcome in everybody, it is Wednesday. I didn't stream yesterday because I was randomly told at like 7 in the afternoon, hey, you remember you have a doctor's appointment tomorrow? And I'm like, oh yeah. So, I took the day off, but I am back, I am better. I have everything that I need. I feel the urge to gamble? What are we gambling? How are we doing it? How are we gambling? I don't have like a gambling thing on my channel. That'd actually be really dangerous because I'd be participating. I'd be like, I have to do this, I need my points. I'm a weirdo. But it is Wednesday, my dudes. And we're gonna be picking up where we left off last week. Now, last week, we had rolling blackouts, and it upset the crap out of me, because I'm like, I just finished stream. Why is my internet dying? Redeem, flip a coin. You have to do it now? You flip a coin? Wait, what? I have to add a gambling mechanic to my channel, is that what you're saying? I don't know what you would gamble. We don't have slots here. We don't gamble here. That I know of. I don't know what the theme would be. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Little yawn baby. No, just flip a coin. Oh. Flip a coin then, Blippo. Do it. And then you'll have your answer. But yeah, last Wednesday I was very upset because we lost power. Or not power, but we lost the internet for a while, and I was like very upset. It blinked in and out for a while, and I was going to cry. But we're good now, I hope. If we start cutting out again, this cafe isn't a front end to an underground gambling den? No, as a matter of fact, it is not. But let me hop on. I should probably put it to just chat. Well, I might do some art. I might draw while we talk about this. But I'm going to pick up where we left off from last week. So let me go find my website. There we go. So last week I was showing you guys the website that I was working on for my Eldred campaign, and we had just enough time before the internet started being a shithead to go over all of the game rules. I went over the ability scores as well. Just a quick recap, the game rules are kind of like Pathfinder or D&D Light. You just drove across a lake? Dude, that sounds cool. I want to drive across a lake. I want to swim in a lake again. Not as the driver, though. Still, that's cool. But yeah, I basically took down, like, simple rules. I'll add more as I need them, but for now, those are fine. Also, I also went over ability scores and explained how they work. They're different from how other people's ability scores work. At least, I hope they're unique enough to stand out. And then we went to world interaction. World interaction just has to do with how the players can explore and deal with situations that arise, as well as stuff like exhaustion. Now, exhaustion's a pretty common thing in a lot of TTRPGs. But exhaustion here shows up if you basically if you don't eat or sleep, your character starts getting levels of exhaustion. Exhaustion can also be added if you're like in a really extreme environment, such as the desert or like a really, really cold area and you're not properly prepared. So I went over stuff like that. I also went over combat encounters, like what you can do. I don't know how it works in Pathfinder. In D&D, you get a combat action and then a free action and then a movement action. Here, I just took out the movement action, free action, whatever. You just have 2 straight up actions and then a skill action. So if you want to move twice, you can. If you want to attack twice, go for it. But you're setting yourself up to be vulnerable because you can't move out of the way of shit. Stuff like that. And then I started trying to cover races. And that's on the internet, so go fuck yourself. Oh, it's a big ass bridge. Got it. So I'm gonna hop on over here. I have a tablet pulled up. But I don't know how much drawing I'm going to be doing, just because I'm showing off this. Okay. Okay. And the last thing we were talking about was the hybrid compatibility system, because I don't like it where it's like, oh, humans and orcs had a kid, so now it's a half orc. Elves and humans had a kid, so now it's a half elf. Okay, we're done. See ya, bye. And that's not how it works here. There's a lot of races, all conglomerated in one little continent. Their kingdoms are constantly either warring or and in this instance at least, they're all pretty amicable. There are some things bubbling up here on the surface, but for the most part, everyone's actually in a pretty good bout of peace. But then T.TM will happen. That's going to start causing an uproar between the kingdoms, but because of this prolonged peace and alliances that they've set up amongst themselves, there's been a lot of, commingling, so there's also a lot of chances for a hybrid to exist. And that's what is here, which is why I've made this chart. Now, it looks a little funky right now, but H's basically just mean, yes, it's high compatible, that's, they can have kids. If it's an L, it means it's pretty low. They're gonna usually come out as like a quote-unquote mule. They'll come out not being able to have kids of their own. And if it's an X, you can't have kids at all. So the Shayani cannot breed with anything else other than other Shayani. There's a reason for that. We'll go over all of the races here in a second, but that is where we left off. Now, I moved into the list of races, and then the internet just fucking shit itself, and I got so sad. So, we're gonna work on that today. And I'm also gonna start covering some cultural stuff, because that's the main reason I'm doing this. I want to take each Wednesday for the next few weeks, maybe to a month, to break down the cultures of my different races so that I can basically have information there for my players. I normally only write a bunch of information on something that I know a player is going to be. For instance, I know for a fact that one of my players is going to be a human, man. So I'm going to focus on working on the cultures of men. Specifically the snow culture. It's basically IKEA Nords. They are going to be focused on the most compared to the others. Not to say I don't know the cultures for those humans, or those men, the race of men, but and it's not like I'm gonna go update them later as I learn about them through story, but I'm not gonna put myself out and write a whole bunch of shit that I know my players aren't gonna use. Because this is a first draft for a first campaign, and I'm not going to stretch myself out like that. So, for the race of men, there they are. The race, though shorter lived, is the most versatile and spread out throughout the region. Yeah, they're like, like cockroaches, dude. Humans will always be like the great equalizer. We're everywhere. Known as the tinkerers and inventors of the land. While most races can get by on more rudimentary technologies and sorcery craft, men strive to put themselves on the map as an industrial force. Humans are my inventors. They love the technology. Not to mention, magic as a concept has only been around for about 70 years. Well, at least the writing for the magic has only been seen for about 70 years, and it's only been started to get employed in the world with the masses for about 30. And it's still not perfect. They don't have all of the symbols they need to make all of the spells that exist. So they have a long way to go. Magic has a long way to go. Technology has definitely started before they found magic. So, hi Bads, welcome in. I hope you're doing okay. We're just going over my information for my TTRPG. I'm covering how each race works right now, because I was gonna do that last week, but my internet died. But I hope you're doing okay too. So yeah, the humans are the ones that are working more on technological advancements. While the other races don't have the luxury of worrying about that as much because they're dealing with their own shit. So humans are actually on a pretty stable basis. I can actually, hold on. I'm going to boot up, I have an idea. I can do it here. I'm gonna boot up my maps so I can show you guys what they're doing. Maps, here we go. Oh yeah, I made the maps all nice. Okay, so this is Eldrig. This is the map. I need to color it in order to make it look a little better. Doing good, just got back from an overnight trip. Hey, nice. Hope the trip was fun. But yeah, this is the new map that I've made for Eldrig. And as you can see, this is the... Here, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pull up yeah, bright red brush. So, as you can see here, this over here is the mountain range that I mentioned when we were talking about the continent itself. The continent is really small. It's like, kind of like Europe. It's about Europe-sized, maybe a little smaller. And then there's these mountain ranges that's built up over here as a natural fortification for whatever's, like, east of this area, which they call the Titanlands. For those of you who haven't heard me talk about it yet, or weren't here last week, my campaign is going to focus around this continent for the first, I don't know, 5 to 10 levels, and the level goes up to 40, so about a fourth of the campaign. And then people are going to get to go to the Titanlands if they so choose. That is the center, the center of how I want to run the campaign. I want people to get used to the land itself and the world here. And once they're a little familiar, they get shoved out into the Titanlands and have to deal with those cracked motherfuckers. Because Titans are really cool. I don't know how to describe them yet. I haven't drawn any. Well, technically I have, but shh. We're not going to show them off yet. So this will be their starting point. Depending on what they choose and what they want to be, it'll depend on where they, like, all end up. But I know how they're going to end up together. I have an itch on my foot. Give me a second. But, as you can see here, I need to color this stuff. But this is where the humans are located. There's humans up here. And they usually use this to cross to other humans if they so wish. But there's humans located up here in this more isolated area of cold. There's this place. It's a nice, quaint little river kingdom that knows how to take care of itself. And then we've got this. This is mostly humans, some elves, because they are surrounded by elf countries over here. And they do have some little Darren dudes here. Darn humans stealing all the coal this time of year. Yeah, they took all the coal. It's right up there. That's their coal. They can have it. They also took most of the desert too. Or the dry area. It's not necessarily a desert. It's not like that hot, but it's dry because of where it's located. And it's a little hard to grow on, but the Assyrian Empire has a secret. I'm keeping my mouth closed on that. The secret is they have a giant hot spring. They have settled on a capital. Their capital is on a giant hot spring, basically, but... Or not hot spring, like a... whatever they're called. A natural water source, and they're like, ooh, let's spread it throughout the world. Anyway. That is where our humans are located. Boop. So when I say they're everywhere, I mean it. They're everywhere. They're also the most mingled with, because they're basically in the center. Laketheir, not so much. The Norse ones, the North ones, they don't really get as interacted with, except maybe by elves, because they're pretty connected. They don't come over here. This area is kind of scary. They don't deal with that. But Clendel is flanked by elves, by Dwerg, by Darren, so they're pretty much like home to everyone. And then the Assyrian Empire is so big, it's actually absorbed a lot of these races and their territories that they used to own, so that also has a lot of creatures in it. So, with that, yeah, see here, they're known to be the most numerous with influence around the continent that they inhabit, as the River Kingdom of Clendel is a powerful trading force, and the Assyrian Empire has encroached almost most of the southern lands and seems ever domineering, as you just saw on the map. So, those are guys. Albs! Babies! So the Albs are located in here, here, and here. That's it. And they're kinda scarce. A rare and gentle race, the Albs are beginning to dwindle as a species since their acclimation with the other races. They've been half-bred almost to endangerment, though some families with Alban bloodlines have started to see an upsurge of pure Albs being born to their house, becoming a symbol of good luck to the lineage. They are all clustered in the same region of the far west and scattered on a few islands surrounding the land that they consider their ancestral homes. Some of their territories and cultures are so isolationist that most people, even some elves, have no idea they even exist. As you can see, that's what all these are. And each of... Oh goodness, that was a hiccup. Oh, that hurt. I'm gonna get a drink. That hurt. Ow. Okay, maybe I'm good now. That hiccup was bad. Okay, I'm good. I thank you, medic, for legalizing my sip. But yeah, the Albs have a reason for being so like not extinct per se, but they are starting to get to a point where their numbers are very, very low. And that is because most of... Medic, what the fuck? That doesn't help pickups! That doesn't help my pickups. But that is because on one level, they're all kind of isolationists on islands, on these big islands. And then, the Three Kingdoms kind of get fucked up. The Three Kingdoms have been fighting themselves for, I want to say... They stopped about 100 years ago, but they had been fighting each other off and on for like upward of like 400 years. I based it a little bit off of the Chinese situations, when they were constantly fighting each other, unifying, breaking off into kingdoms again, unifying again, breaking again. It was kind of like that. Nowadays, they are three distinct kingdoms, but all unite under the same banner called the Three Kingdoms. The Three Kingdoms have their own names. It's kind of like the United States, but there's 3 states. The Three Kingdoms. Beijing is another one of their areas, and of course Sipele is a volcano island, and each of these zones harbors a type of alb because it's the land that they came up from. Albs have this little belief where they're like literally from the ground, so it's also why they call themselves a certain way in their ethnicities, and you will see that. So the Dwerg, oh yeah, right, the Albs are based off of like dragons, which is why they're named a certain way, and I will show you. The Dwerg are based off of rodents, naked mole rat specifically, as well as like capybara and mice and squirrels. They are burrower animals. I took dwarves to a whole new level. Because as much as I love Tolkien, and as much as I care about the Norse origins of the Dwerg, I wanted to give them their own little twist. Because why the fuck would I just copy Tolkien? I'm not gonna do that. As much as I love them. And I've noticed that's what a lot of people do with dwarves. They just literally grab them from Tolkien, sit them in their campaign, and go, okay, I did it. They are the miners that are isolationists and they hate people. Not here. The Dwerg, well, okay, it depends on the Dwerg, but most of them don't really care. And they have a very unique system of not ethnicities. They have a very... thank you for the pet sugar skull, welcome in. They have a very unique set of identities because of how they're born. I've gone over them before on the channel, so I'll only do a quick surmise of them, but basically, they have a three-sexed system, where a very small amount of fertile males and females are born, who are considered, like, they're like 10% of the population, who are considered the precious few that cannot leave the caverns. And to protect them, they don't really let outsiders in to the caverns. But the Dwerg themselves that are third-sexed, or third-gendered specifically as well, they go out and actually do the shit. And people just assume those are all the male dwarves, because they have beards. They're technically infertile females. It's because I based how they work off of naked mole rats, and naked mole rats work a lot like you social bees and ants. They have a queen who takes on like several male consorts to have kids with, and then they pump out hundreds of kids. And if most of the kids come out female, and most of the females are infertile. Ta-da! So, the Dwerg work in a very similar vein. Thank you for taking notes on that, Medic. Yes, this will be on the test. But I've written down here, natural burrowers with a culture on caution. The Dwerg are the keepers of the eastern mountains, as you can see over here. Let me get rid of this. This is the mountain that they mainly live on, but they also live in this area, and technically, this area right here. Oh, what I learned in boarding school is... give me just a second. I had to find my cat. Okay. But yeah, this is where the Dwerg zones are. And each one has their own unique little culture as well. Let's see. Being smaller in stature... Oh, right. As such, they have most information about the dangers that lurk past the natural walls. They know more about the Titans than anyone else does. Because the Titans have been, recently at least, knocking on their doors. But they have sent plenty of dwarf scouts out there, because they're the only ones who can. They've gone that way. They've explored. And they've written information on it, and they're like, fuck that. That shit's scary. I'm not going that way. Those things are huge. Let's see. Being smaller in stature, their scouts are able to explore the Titan lands with less of a risk of being killed, but would much rather act as the bastion in the doorway than risk their going out into such torrential wilds. Yeah, I just said that. Though commonly known as the mountain-dwelling miners of the East, this is a misconception. Only a small group of them stay within the mountain range and city-states, while most of their cultures living off the land, in the plains, lining the mountains, and even some having taken to the trees to live in hollows. Remember when I said squirrels? So, Kodir, this is the main mining city-states, and yes, they are city-states. There's these different, like, cities of, like, huge empty tunnels like this, and cave systems that connect them, that they can, like, attach to. And each of these things are run by a different monarch with different rules, so yeah, it's fun. And then here we have Aulaneg. Aulaneg is actually ran by mice. So here we have the more mountain, you know, naked mole rat moles, and then the Aulaneg are mice. They actually have long tails, little mousy tails. And they're more the farmers, the brewers, the Hobbiton. It's Hobbiton, it's just hobbits that I've commingled as a dwarf. And then we have Chawalala. Wild feral squirrel children. That's all I'm gonna say. They're wild feral squirrel children. They are the color of bark. They have fluffy brown tails. And they will ruin your life with poison darts before you know what'll happen if you cross into their territory. So up here, people don't fuck with that. This is the path they take. People don't go this way at all. If you want to get to Kodir, you either have to be very sneaky as a Leikthir in order to get there like this, or these guys just straight up go around. You don't go through that territory. In fact, there have been rumors, especially between the Albs and the humans of Clendel, that sometimes if you walk too close to the border, you can actually see glowing green little eyes, little pairs of eyes peeking out from the fucking darkness of the woods over there. Them's my best battler. Hi, thank you, Renetta, you best cat girl. Hi. Thank you for the pet. You know what? You're getting a pet back. Pet. So, we're gonna cover those in a minute, because that's gonna be fun. And then we have the Darren. I love the Darren. The Darren are great. So, the Darren are... also, just to clarify, Men, Albs, Dwerg, and Darren are all, like, holdovers from my old world called Kana. Now, I have tweaked them just a bit. The Darren are pretty much the same. The dwarves are changed just a bit. The Albs are completely different. And Men have a different history. So, but all of these are like holdovers from my other shit that I've done. But the Darren are very nomadic by nature. However, they cannot do that. So, from here it says, a stone-hearted warrior race, the Darren were once the pinnacle of nomadic fighters who traveled with their groups and lived off the land. However, as the borders of cropping countries and kingdoms slowly started to crease along the lands they passed through, they have since been forced to settle instead of graze, and it upsets the crap out of them. They are not settlers. Hi, Gil. I gave you your big gulp. And sadly, they are being pushed to these territories. For over here, the Kurovi territories, for instance, this is Darren territory, and they fucking hate it. They used to wander this entire region. I'm on the floor. Ugh, excuse me. They used to wander this entire fucking region until the Assyrian Empire came in and just pushed them all the way back into here. So, you bet your ass there is a lot of tension right in this area. And let's see if that tension blows. There's also a zone over here where they don't mind as much about settling. Also, they're not really fucked with and their territory isn't contested, because who the fuck wants to climb the top of a mountain? So while Kodir is underneath and lives underneath the mountain range, I hate to break it to you, what? I'm gonna cry. Don't say it. I don't know what you're gonna say, but don't. But the mountain dwellers of Ishad live on the top, and nomadically travel... You made a fantasy Trail of Tears. It's not quite a Trail of Tears, but it's definitely fucky. They got pushed into this one little territory, and they're very mad about it. Also, what is that disclaimer? Any events or, what is it called? Like, any events or names mentioned that seem familiar to something else, seem similar to something else is purely coincidence. This is all, this is all fiction. Yeah, no, that applies here. It's just the fact that people are people and they're going to do crimes. They're going to commit crimes. Shit like that. People are people, so if you see similarities here and there, that's because, yeah, that's just how I would assume they would act here. Gotcha. Wink. Wink. Winks with both eyes. But, because of this, the Darren and the Kurovi have actually started taking to quietly sneaking into the Assyrian Empire, stealing whatever the fuck they can, and then running back home to the Kurovi territories. Now, because of the mountainous region here that protects them, and their ability to be able to, like, basically go up 89-degree angle inclines because they're just goats, they can get away very quickly. They're tall, they're robust, they steal your shit and then they leave because they think it's funny. And also, you know, they had their own lands taken away. What the fuck else are they gonna do? So, being pushed in the southern mountain ranges, they now live in their own stagnating settlements, forced into agriculture and husbandry. The southernmost coastlines are where they make their final stand upon the encroachment of the Assyrian Empire on their lands, being forced into conflicts with themselves and at the border. That's true, they fight themselves too. That's why they're called the Kurovi territories. This is like feudal Japan, where it's just fucking broken up everywhere. There are territories of like warlords and like people constantly trying to get up more land from each other. It's a whole fucking bad deal. Thanks to the Assyrian Empire pushing them to that brink. And then of course we have the underlings. The underlings are technically somewhere over here, but they don't have their own kingdom on the top of the surface. They just have little areas that they have popped out of because they're from underground, from a country called Trakov that they call. And that's what it says here. Predominantly underground, the underlings are a friendly race, though having recently discovered the surface and are cautious of all of the other species. They popped up, I want to say, like less than a century ago. This doesn't mean that they're all shy and conservatives, some beginning to travel out from their cave system home and explore the world, ignorant of its dangers and sorceries. Yeah, they don't. They're adorable. The cavern homes are considered city-states, considering networks, there we go, of tunnels are how the underlings keep in contact with with each settlement, each one having its own unique culture and way of dress. Though the most common clothing culture seen on the surface is considered their most traditional. Yeah, so these guys pop out. They're also spider lovers. I love them. These guys have been slowly crawling around, figuring themselves out. And yes, that is a Twilight OC, someone's OC, because it looked the closest. It's the best picture I can do without having to draw my own. I will eventually have my own art for all these, but for the sake of time and also me just wanting to get the info down for my players, I am using placeholder images drawn by other people. Fucking sue me. Anyway. The New World. The New World is called Damaska. And it looks like this. It's a bit bigger than Eldrig, but not by much. In terms of actual mass, it is much smaller. And Damaska is... oh, time to cancel Desmond, I guess. Well, it's not like I'm asking to get paid for this, and I'm not claiming it as my own. This was supposed to be private. But I have to show it so you can get the information. Oh, Cecil said, meh. So this is Damaska. This is called the New World. It is a set of islands to the west of Eldrig, so it's that way. It's also a little lower, like that. And they've started to be in contact with each other for the last couple hundred years. Hello, Cecil. Well, I would say more like 400, 500. Crime, being a doofus. Be a good boy. Cute kitty. So yeah, they've slowly started figuring out how to coexist, I guess is the term. Thank you for the pat, Sugar Skull. Come on. And in Damaska, we have these areas. So a lot of it looks confusing, but I promise it's not. And the first mode of business here is the Shayani. Now, I mentioned those guys earlier, how they can't be, like, bred with pretty much any other race. Like, they cannot. And that is because they have 4 arms. It's real hard for the 2-armed races to actually commingle and have kids with the 4-armed one. And they are very fun. Yes, they are slightly based off of Hindu gods, why do you ask? So, the Shayani, I wrote, considered a spiritual race of insight and knowledge, the Shayani hail from the Twin Islands to the west of the Eldric continent. There, these 4-armed beings live in perpetual harmony with the crystals native to their region. This exposure has given them a unique ability to interact to some degree with these minerals, allowing them to tap into the sorcery craft of the world. Basically, they can use crystals for very powerful shit. Though their islands are their main home, they have also made little colonies that pepper around Damaska's mainland as well, becoming friendly with their neighbors throughout trade and cooperation. They're obnoxiously easy to get along with, as the other races have learned. So they're just like the chill dudes. They live here, on the Twin Islands of Shaya. That is their land, but they've also kind of just ended up everywhere. There we go. And they're pretty dope. Like I said, we will go into all of these in detail in a moment. The Skarma! I love the Skarma. They're cats. They're the feral cousins of the Albs, basically. Oh yeah, each race over here I like to equate to a race from Eldrig. Except for the Underlings. I don't have a 5th race for the Underlings. But the Skarma are like the feral elves. Quick and Aljar race, the Skarma are usually approached with caution by the other species. Yeah, they're kind of using his gun. Due to the wild look that these beings have with their strips! Thank God I'm going through this now, because now I can actually clean shit. Feline fangs and claws. However, they're just as friendly and love to interact with others, even though they may come off as a bit odd. They're lively and energetic, skilled hunters, and live in a close community in regions they can blend in with the most. Yeah, they have like stripes. Hi, Period! Look them in. We're going over my races, because we're about to start basically adding in the culture material. They like to blend in with their surroundings, so they come with these patterns on their skins, like stripes and spots, that help them blend in with the environment of their homes, and that's what they do. They hail primarily in 2 lands that is perfect for their striped and spotted skin to let them hide, from the golden grasslands of the Ashen Valley to the snowy peak tops of the Hushland Mountains. These people are known for blending in their environment and sometimes even revel in it. Yep, so they're from around here, the Hushlands. The Hushlands are pretty foggy and pretty gray. And then you have the Ashen Valley. This is where the Skarma primarily live. And then we have the Gobble, and I love the Gobble. They're babies. They're green bunnies. Considered sweet and charming by others, the bunny-like Gobble are olive-colored people that pride themselves on hospitality in their trade centers and their settlements. Yes, they're very interactive. The Gobble capital is said to be a melting pot of merchants and trading posts, where New World races of all sorts have even set up permanent shops for the sake of import. As such, Gobble are typically dressed in goods from other beings, lavished in trinkets from distant lands. Instead of having one centralized settled kingdom or territory, the Gobble are more displaced than the other races, settling in areas that they slowly overtook from their population growth. Basically, they just bred like rabbits, and then they just expanded slowly over time. Actively sit nestled between other races' territories. Because of their friendly nature, they are generally allowed to concentrate in these scattered zones they've called home. Yeah, people are like, the Gobble are cool, let them stay there. So as you can see here, here's the Shiani. Here's a Gobel settlement. Here's the Skarma. Here's another Gobel settlement. More Skarma. Gobel settlement. Gobel settlement. Gobel settlement. The Gobel are fucking everywhere. They love it. They're just scattered. And it's really cool. So yes, there's a lot of them. Oof. Hi, Cecil. And then finally the Krumdal. I love the Krumdal. The Krumdal are considered the Darren's feral cousins as well. Oh, right here. Though the distant boar-like cousins of the Darren, the Western Krumdal are said to be the gentler of the two. A culture that has long since settled and have established regions for themselves, they are highly territorial and are cautious of outsiders, even of their own race when visited. They are considered warmongering, though this is simply perpetuated by other races who don't understand their culture and protective nature. They are particularly territorial, having never strayed far or pushed their borders much for the northern top side of Damaska, taking up 2 territories they call home. They're surrounded by territories of the other races, but it doesn't bother them as long as their homes are set and set boundaries are not crossed without permission. Basically, they live here in White Steppe and here in Red Cliff, and they don't care that Gobel are here as long as the Gobel are respectful. And then, of course, the Skarma here are respectful as well. Oh, hi, Cecil. I have a cat on my chair. But the Krumdal are... Come on, model, pick up. Oh no, I've lost my tracking. Okay, here we go. I didn't know what happened there for a sec. But... yeah, so while the Darren are nomadic and they love wandering different lands that might not necessarily belong to them, the Krumdal are the opposite. They're like, we're sticking here, we're rooted here, we're not moving, this is my spot. So, now that we've covered them all again, I think I covered some of them before, but I wanted to recover them. Let's go in and actually look at each of them on an individual level. So, this is humans. More pictures that are placeholders. Oh yeah, that's right, I loaded in here and then the picture didn't load, and it made me very sad. Ugh. So this is how I lay out my, race, like, traits. So I go over how they act in a few paragraphs. This just covers more of how the humans work. Basically, they're known for buildings, technological prowess. To the Assyrian Empire's network of aqueducts, that's true. The Assyrian Empire, here, I told you they have like a giant, like, waterway in their capital. The picture didn't load last time because the internet died. Yeah, the internet just killed itself, and I was like, no, come back. Hi, beep boop beep beep. Pet my cat. Anyway, so yeah, the Assyrian Empire has what they call the blue jewel of the capital, which is a fuck ton of water. It's like just a bunch of oasis fountains that come up from the ground, and they're like, sweet, fresh water. And they've started using this water to make aqueducts across their territory. And this is how they maintain a lot of their power. These aqueducts act, one, as a way to give water to their people, but two, it also acts as a pretty good transportation system, especially if you're using a boat. Also, if, you know, you were to ever do some dumb shit, the Assyrian Empire could actually cut off your section of the region of water. And you'd be fucked. So people don't usually want to mess with them for the very reason that, oh fuck, they could cut off my source of drinking water. So they don't usually yell too much about the Assyrian Empire being encroaching on their land. Thank you. Thank you, Skull. But yeah, that's what the Assyrian Empire is doing. Clendel is very good at going up and down their river. Their ships are unprecedented. Wakey splashy, thank you. And as you can see here, Clendel basically covers this entire river. This is their trading point. So they trade with, they also kind of go through here sometimes, but Clendel covered, has dominated the water market, basically. Ugh, yummy water. But they've figured out how to go through these rivers, they've covered this rivers as well. And then they know how to go down here, so they can hit Beijing, Sipele, certain parts of the Assyrian Empire. They can also go up and hit the Three Kingdoms and other regions, and also trade with Laketheir. So these guys are trading badasses when it comes to that, because they've built boats specifically to be able to make these sharp maneuvers on these rivers and these spaces between islands. So that's their technological prowess. And as such, they've become a trading force. And then, of course, the snow-defying sleds of Laketheir. Laketheir doesn't sport as much technological innovation as Clendel and the Assyrian Empire. However, and that's mostly due to the fact that they're more isolationist. While Clendel is trying to get their trade routes going, and the Assyrian Empire is just trying to grow, Laketheir is instead working on their inner people, and any technologies that they have has to do with making sure their people are taken care of. This area, after all, is a lot colder and a lot harsher, so they focus on, once again, they have sleds that let them just traverse the ever-living crap out of the snowy areas, and they've also started making stuff to let them actually climb the cliff sides up here and let them explore even more north. So they're covering the snow territories, basically. So that's the sort of theme with men. Each of my races I want to have a sort of theme. Humans is progress and expansion. And travel, basically, which is what's up here. Innovation and expansion is the name of the game for them, always at the forefront of travel, which has made them a dominating force when taking over other territories and kingdoms. Most borders in Eldrick today were shaped around the activity of men and their nature to branch out, but have largely settled where they are today. However, in recent past, that didn't stop some of them from trying to take over each other. Alliance is now in place to keep war from breaking out between the different kingdoms so that the established economy doesn't crash. Yeah, if the Assyrian Empire ever started trying to get greedy and go for Clendel, that would cause a really bad problem for everything. Despite being some of the younger of the race, aka they're short-lived, or perhaps because of it, the various ethnicities of man have started to design rudimentary machines and are thought as tinkerers by the other species. Instead of pondering the nature of true names, the magic system that recently came about, they look towards immediate solutions, such as inventions they can patent and create within just a few years. Right, I told you the magic system's kind of, they're still trying to figure it all out. So humans are just like, cool, if you figure it out, like, really well, maybe we'll do something about it, but for right now, no. we don't really care. The magic's kind of useless in a lot of capacities, so they don't really worry about it. Oh, my nose. This means while sorcery and miracles are scarce in their kingdoms, they do have technological advantages over other races. Yeah, so while people are trying to figure out the magic system, these guys are just like, eh. I'll stick with my tech, dog. Having spread across the region from south to north and everywhere in between, men have slowly adapted to biomes that they've since settled in, able to handle hot desert days and freezing winter nights. While some races may not be the best suited to encompass almost any region, oh yeah, right, men can just explore and be anywhere if they want. Like, certain elves cannot do that. Certain dwerg can't do that. These guys are like, I can deal with it. I can deal with the cold. And that's what makes them really good explorers. They're adaptable. So, and then we have racial traits. This is going to actually go towards people making their characters, the racial traits. I cover what the age is, as well as the adulthood, aka if people want to make a really young character versus a really old character, they'll know the range. So, you know, if you make a 50-year-old human, you know roughly about how old that is for a human now. You know, versus making a 50-year-old alb. Albs age differently. Height, I go over female and male height. Females are pretty small. Males, also pretty average. Speed. Base walking speed is 40 feet for 10 seconds, at least. In combat, this is for when you're in combat scenarios, and this will be also go on your character sheet. Your hit points! In Pathfinder, D&D, other TTRPGs, your hit points are determined by your class. Here, that is not how that happens. Because classes aren't necessarily combat-oriented. It's how you build yourself that ups that. Now, you can get your vitality points higher by fucking with your stats, basically, or maybe getting new gear, or maybe getting a specific perk for one of your quote-unquote class skill trees. But I have it start with the race, because each race has a different type of constitution to them. For instance, Darren are fucking huge. Ergo, Darren probably have a bit more hit points because they can take a bigger hit. Humans get 6 plus their vitality level. So let's say I have a vitality of 1. If I were to play a human, I would start at 7 hit points. And then I would get 3 plus vitality every time I level up. So I would have 7, I'll get 4 for my next level, and then after that it just keeps going. And yes, the numbers are a little smaller, but that's because there's more levels. There's 40 levels. So you level up quicker, and you also get a lot more from it, but in smaller increments than what you'd see in another kind of TTRPG. And then you have their feats, their features. So humans are called Jack of all trades, or Jack of the trade, because they're really good at traveling. As a man, you get extra +1 to 2 different ability scores of your choice. Yeah, you get 2 extra points. Instead of 10, you get 12. It's really cool. And innovative. As a man, you may choose a skill to be proficient in, which that'll come into play later. Your skill checks and the skills that you get come from your background and your profession. So, we will cover those later. And then, of course, we have the ethnicities. Now, I know in Dungeons & Dragons, they do something called sub-races, and it's kind of like a combination of ethnicities and culture, and I don't really like that. What? Whiner, bobiner, baby. Hi, baby boy. Oh, so sweet. Cecil's whining. But, I go over the different ethnicities, what they look like. Oh, I lost my tracking, hold on. Wake up. There we go. I was cryogenically frozen. But basically these guys are the Dunes folk. They live in the desert they come from the more desertous areas. The Rocks folk are also from that zone. The Plains folk are more like the Clendel people, as well as the Hills folk. And then you have the Snows folk, which are the Leikthir, the people in the bitter-ass north. Now, like I said, this isn't a hard and fast roll. Cecil! Don't wake him up! No, don't wake him up! No, you don't wake him up! Cecil's trying to stand on his dad and wake him like a rude little cat. Rude cat, rude cat. Rude cat. Yeah, you're being rude. You're being rude, Cecil. I don't know if you guys can hear him, but I can hear him, and he's being fucking rude. Because he keeps yelling about how his dear giant bear father is not awake yet. Cecil! Do not wake him! Let him sleep! Rude kid. Alright. So, with the ethnicities out of the way... Oh yeah, and I have the cultures down here. But we can do this. Now, I know I have a player that's going to want to be a Snows folk. Or the Leikthir people. But this is how I've set up cultures. I have a cool little picture to show off what I picture it looking like. Hi, baby! You can hear him scream. Yeah, so can I. I'm gonna smack him. Hi, my boy. He's rubbing on my legs. Hi, baby boy. Hi, baby boy. Meow. Yeah, he's meowing. Are you meowing? He's not meowing right now, but... Are you little baby? He's being very rubby-lovey. So, I think he's trying to ask for forgiveness. He's like, no, I wasn't being mean. Don't tell people. I numb Cecil's toes. Me too. Nim nim nim. I want to nibble his little toes. He's got the cutest toes of any kitty I've ever seen. Thank you for the sip, medic. What, baby boy? Oh, hi, sweet pea. Hi, sweet little thing. He did the rub love, and it was very cute. Yes, Wolf. Can I help you? Ow, Cecil. Oh, go on, bud. No, we're not hanging out now. No, go on. Go on. Oh, he hit me right in the mouth. Give me a second, guys. Okay, you off my desk. Go away. Oh, I bit my mouth. Yeah, I'm okay. I was taking a drink of my water because Sippy and Cecil decided to jump on my desk and headbutt my cup, and the plastic and metal of the cup lid banged right into my fucking lip. So now my lip hurts. Ew, but welcome in, Wolf. I will give you your coffee right after I'm done. I'm bleeding all over the counter. Ugh, but yeah, that hurt. Okay. Okay, I think I'm better. Oh, I do taste blood. That's not good. I think I'm bleeding. I actually do think I'm bleeding. Fuck, I mean, it's not bad, but I do think he busted my lip a little. Ah, asshole! Anyway. What were we talking about? Right. The Dunes folk. Okay, Kitty needs to go in the timeout crate. Pad Cecil! Yeah, pad baby! That's why I threw him off my desk. I'm like, no, we're not hanging out now. You have my mouth. But it doesn't hurt that bad. It's mostly just like an uncomfortable sting more than like pain. It's discomfort more than painful, if that makes sense. If it gets bad, I might like do something about it, but for now I think I'm okay. But that was not fun. Alright, but yes, to go over the Dunes folk, I'm only gonna cover them a little bit, because I want to work on the Snows folk, and I call them that because that's what they are. But I do mark what country they're from for people. So these guys, I explain how the Dunes folk work, and where they are, where they're located. Also there's ads, oh goodness, not the ads. Whoops. I wrote it wrong. While the ads are running, check my lip a little bit. I'm gonna check my mouth. I think I'm good. It's like right on the left side, right here. I don't taste blood anymore, so whatever happened, it was just like a tiny bonk, but... yeah, we're good. Okay, so yeah, with the Dunes folk, for example, I go over how the kingdom works, and here it says that the crown jewel of the kingdom Asuri, basically the Assyrian Empire, the grand oasis city of Shapur is where the bulk of its thriving culture is found. Throughout most of the desert, the men there are more nomadic, but here, where the water springs out from the ground in a seemingly eternal source, they have settled here for over 1,000 years. Yeah, people have been basically like coming here and fighting for it and squatting here for literally like upwards of 1,000 years. Because when you find like an endless water source, you're gonna fucking stay there. Like, water is what's needed. And it's in the middle of the, like, not necessarily desert, but it's definitely like a hot, coarser place. Though this land has been contested for by other races, they have managed to hold strong to their watery gemstone of a capital, simply due to the harshness of the rest of the desert working in their favor, making invasion difficult. Over recent centuries, they've started to include and welcome traders and even other settlers from the neighboring kingdoms, now a bustling hub and wonderful tourist point for those who are traveling through. Now I'm hungry for steak. Steak. Tri-tip is very good. I love tri-tips. Shapur is considered the source of all waters, as this is where most aqueducts start and stretch like webbing across the desert proper to reach settlements that they've established. Not that I also have food. Me too, dog. Share. So that's just the information about the kingdom itself, and then this is to explain what people can do with it for their character's culture. So your nation would be the Assyrian Empire if you were in this culture. The most common ethnicities that live here are the Dunes folk and the Rocks folk, but that's not like a hard and fast rule, like I said. Your genders, at least recognized genders in this culture, is masculine and feminine. Not every single culture will have just masculine or feminine or neuter or whatever. Is my coffee ready? Yeah, it's right there. Grab it. It's got your name on it. I spelled it wrong, is that okay? Cecil, no, you hurt my lip. I don't want to hear it from you. I don't want to hear your yappuccinos. Yeah. I was petting my cat. I don't want him up here right now. he hurt me. He upset me. No, you hurt me. You stay down there. No, you stay over there. I'm not hanging out with you. You're mean. Ow, that hiccup hurt. But, let's see, where was I? It's okay, at least I get the best coffee burger for it. Wagugus. Oh guys, it's Wednesday. Guess what? Wagugus. I can wagugus all I want. It's Wednesday. The council cannot stop me. And by council, I guess I mean a bunch of other bats that also wagugus. Whether it be Wednesday or not. Hump Day? No, it's Wagugus Day. You must feed Wagugus, the hungry one. This is a Twitter reference. Oh, stretchy. No, you stay over there. No, I'm mad at you. You stay over there right now. You hurt my lip. I don't want to hang out with you right now, Cecil. We're not hanging out. You stay over there. I was saying hump day in reference to a Geico commercial. That's fair. Are you staying over there? Okay, Cecil moved. Yeah. Ooh, I'm yelling. Where was I? But yeah, these will be more things that you take down on your character sheet. And then you have a feat. A culture feat, specifically, called Sun-Kissed. When in harsh climates, harsh climates, take one less exhaustion level from failed checks. So if I say, hey, heat wave check, and then I have my player's roll, if you fail your roll, you still don't take it. Not right away. So let's say everyone fails their rolls, and they all get level 1 exhaustion. Your character does not. Your character has no exhaustion because they're like, I lived in the desert. You think 93 degrees is hot? Y'all are crazy. This is great. You know, like, stuff like that. You're making a D&D character sheet? Oh, no. Wolf, I've been playing D&D since I was 14. I'm making my own TTRPG. The character sheet is for Eldrig, my TTRPG that I'm creating from scratch. That's what all this is. If you want to see it, if you want to see the actual character sheet, I can boot that up. Yeah, no, I used to play D&D, like... I played D&D, like, all the time. It's just nowadays, Wizard of the Coast gives me the ick, as it were. I thought you were making a D&D character sheet. I've made like 20 of those. I don't need to make another one. I'm making my own character sheet with blackjack and hookers. Sizzle! Shut your mouth! You're a cat! There we go. So this is the character sheet that I'm talking about. It's for Eldrig. It's my stuff. So you got your character name, your social class, which has to do with what your profession is, your race, your ethnicity, and then your culture, which is what we're covering now. Also nationality. Because nationality and culture are technically two different things. Let's say, for example, you've lived in Sipele your entire life. Well, maybe not your entire life, but over time, you moved into the Assyrian Empire. Your nationality is the Assyrian Empire, but your culture is, your heart's still in it for Sipele. That's your people. So, stuff like that. And that's how you do it. Normally they all line up, but it's not so simple. Even my NPCs, I have my NPCs doing that too, where they'll take from different cultures if they're from different cultures. Alright, let me get back over there. Cecil! Shh! Let him sleep! You let him sleep. You stop yelling. Don't yell at him. Yeah, don't yell at him. Butthole cat. Alright. I had to calm my kitty. Cecil is very mad today. He wants Wee1 up, and Wee1 is not up. Therefore, he must scream. But no, he is not allowed to just scream. Alright, But yeah, after you've gotten all that down, I go over how the names work in the culture. So, I know in, like, D&D and Pathfinder, names are attached to the race. No, that's not what we're doing here. Names are attached to the culture you were raised in, or your parents were from that gave you that name. I break it all down like this because it helps when you're making a hybrid character, for instance. For example, let me go find a lovely young man that I created recently, who is probably going to be a very... Is that the name of your cat? What, Cecil? Yeah, Cecil's the name of my kitty. Is it Cecil or Cecil? We say Cecil, which I believe is like the... like a UK way to say it. I will lightly torment the steamky Cheem's child from the walls. Please! Get that little Cheem creams. Get that boy. He's so cute, but he's so annoying. Okay, so this is actually a hybrid character that I absolutely frickin' love, that I will be including in my campaign, because how can I not? I love him to death. He is adorable. His name is Bregov. Oh, you named him after an FF2? Final Fantasy IV, specifically. Cecil, the guy that's a Dark Knight, and then he becomes a Paladin. That's what, Leon wanted to name him. If we ever get a second cat, I'm naming them, and I might name them Kimchi. Because I like food names for cats. Where'd he go? Oh, he's on the floor. He gave up. Bug Daddy! It's me, Bug Dad! I am Bug Dad, huh? Welcome in, Suo. I hope you're doing good. It's no longer Bug Day. I'm so sorry, Suo. The bugs have been finished. Their bugs are done. But one day, I do want to make a webcomic with the bugs. So, the bugs are not gone. The bugs are just sleeping. The bugs are hybrid. Yeah, the name does kind of sound Russian, and there's a reason for that. That's not because they're Russian. I'm just still happy to see you. Thank you, you're so sweet, Suo. Thank you. I'm glad to see you here too. But yes, his name is Bregov, and he has a baby. Let me... Cute. So, this is how he works when it comes to this, like, culture slash ethnicity, all that stuff. As you can see from how he looks like a, underling. Which, he is. He is an underling. But there's something else about him that someone can't really pinpoint. He doesn't quite look like an underling, and he's pretty short. He's also a gobble. He is a hybrid of an underling and a gobble put together. I basically took the best of both worlds and clashed them into one character. It's the reason why his eyes do not glow. He does not have the, like, big glowy eye look, and he has black hair. The underlings cannot have black hair, but the gobble do. So what's the hybrid species called? I have no clue what to call this dude. Oh wait, Leon called them gobelings. Like that? A gobeling? Because it's a gobel underling? So, I could see that being the name for a Gobel underling hybrid. And they look kind of like this. Here, hopefully Twitch doesn't yell at me for this. But I can show you what I did. Okay. The Kobesh. Goodbye, Kobesh! Hybrids. So, I'm gonna do this. Just to make sure everything is on the up and up. There's nothing there, but I'm still gonna, like, cover it. But these are what I did. This is an underling right here. This is a Gobel here. And I took the best of both worlds, basically, and I combined them together to see what they'd look like. And I do plan on doing that for all of my races because I'm really curious. So that's what he looks like. He ends up looking like a combination of the two. So he's taken the Gobel's black hair, for instance, and the yellow sclera, but he doesn't have the red eyes. This version of a character, at least, has the pink eyes, or like the really bright, in this case, bright blue eyes of his mother, his underling mother. And you know what culture he's from because of what he's wearing and how he's wearing it. He's wearing underling clothes, so he's technically in the underling culture as well. So that's why I have that stuff separated like that. It's to help the players really just customize if they really want to. Because none of my NPCs are going to be pure black and white. Gobeling, underbowl, undergob, that's really cute. And the gobelings, I love gobeling as a word. Gobeling. But that's what I've been calling them and what Leon's been calling them, but he's a baby boy. Baby boy Bingus. Baby child. Baby boy. Anyway. I had a D&D character I used. He was Russian, and he had a Russian accent, and he is a wolf barbarian. His name was Priskov. Nice. Bregov is not Russian. That's just how the language sounds for the underlings. They call themselves Drakovish. So, you know, that's their word for themselves. We'll cover that in a minute. That's just gonna be fun. But yeah, so names come from the culture because, you know, for instance, Bregov right here is from the underling culture, even though he has Gobel roots, so he's got the short height of his dad. Oh yeah, definitely. Let's see, his mom probably reaches about 5'3". His dad probably reaches about 4 feet, I guess, maybe. So he's probably about, I want to say he'd be about 4'8". He'd be about 4'7", 4'8". He'd be like in the middle. Little boy. He's so cute. He's actually like mid-20s, but I love him so much. He is baby. Anyway, enough gushing about an NPC that I haven't even played yet. Let's go back to the website. But yeah, this is the names for people in the Dunes area, the Assyrian Empire. I based the names a bit off of Arabic names. I thought the underlings were taller. Nah, the underlings are pretty short. They reach about 5 feet to about 5'5". They're not super tall. And that's because they're cave people. They come from cave tunnels. So, you know, if you get super tall in a cave system, it's not gonna work out for you. Cecil, let him sleep. He prepped me. But yeah, so the names are like, I also included masculine names, feminine names, and more unisex names. The underlings are at average height. Yeah, about. Some may be a little shorter. Cecil! No one asked you, little mouth. Hey. Hey, no one asked you. Except me. Hi. Hi, what's up? Little baby boy. I'm gonna pet my cat, I love him. Alright, but yeah, I based it slightly off of Arabic names. Just because it was for Aramaic specifically. Adad, Ashur, Bashar, Balil, Dinkar, stuff like that. But I also added, fun fact, a few... Priskov was 331 years old. Jesus Christ, that man is old. Cecil! Shish! But I actually did this for a reason. Where is it? Surnames. I don't think it's in here, but I added some surnames based on old player characters from my old campaigns. So I hope that's interesting, and I hope people see that later. At least my old players. Teehee. And then of course we have cultural information. Now, I have not filled this out for the most part for this culture, but how I'm going to do this is I'm going to cover how social classes interact with this culture, so that if you really just want the bare minimum, the basics, you come over here, you grab your ethnicities, whatever it is, what gender you'd probably, you know, your languages, your feet, pick your name, and then you just go to your social class information, copy it, and go about your day. If the internet isn't bullying you, your cheddar child is. Oh yeah, no, he's bullying the crap out of me. What's ethnicity? Ethnicity is basically, the combination of your skin tone and your hair texture and your skull shape based on the phenotype and region that you are from. It's specifically it's called an ethnophenotype, and it has to do with how you look. Like, for instance, if you were to look at me, I would clearly have the Irish phenotype, whatever that may be, as opposed to Leon, who has a Scandinavian phenotype. Me, I'm a stockier build, my face is rounder, I usually have immersion break, I have red hair and green eyes. And I'm very prone to burning, and I'm very prone to getting freckles. I freaking hate freckles. So, that's my ethnophenotype, or my ethnicity. Leon, on the other hand, he can tan because of his, oh, he's Russian, Russian would be, like, his country? I think his ethnic phenotype would probably be, like, considered Scandinavian, I guess. Just depending on, like, where he's from. Here, let me look that up. Phenotypes. Phenotypes. Where's that website? There's a website that I used to do this. Aha! Human phenotypes. Here we go. Oh, that did not take me to where I wanted to go. So if I were to click Russia, it's saying the Tungid and the Cyberid are the main ethnicities from that area, and that's because those are the natives of that area. Never mind, Russian is his nationality. Yes, Russian would be his nationality. His ethnicity, if he's like your standard, what's the word? If he's like your standard blonde-haired, blue-eyed dude, his ethnicity or his ethnic phenotype would be Nordic. AKA this. So, yeah. This website is amazing, by the way. It's called Human Phenotypes, and it's where I go whenever I want to find, like, different ways to draw different facial structures and, like, ethnicities and stuff without, like, thinking too hard and hurting my brain. Which is where a lot of these ethnicities over here come from. The Dunes folk, I believe I based them mostly off of the, not this, the no. I based them off of the Congolid phenotype, where they have rounder faces, wider noses, flatter eyes. The Nordic, I did put that now down with ethnicity. Why did that male Nordic face look like Chris Pratt? Probably because Chris Pratt got a lot of history of the Northern European variety. Buddy, you sound so sad. Where is he? Cecil made the saddest fucking noise. But, yeah, so, for instance, the Dunes folk I've based off of the Congolid phenotype, head shape. The Rocks folk are based off of the the Ethiopid, where they have long, oval faces and pulled-in cheeks and sharper, bigger eyes and bigger foreheads. So, stuff like that. That's what I've kind of been using the phenotypes for. And each of my races has something like this. It's me, Chris Pratt. So, let's see. Yeah, so the Dunesfolk, like I said, I haven't really written much down for them yet. But I have written down their clothing and dress because they were going to be the... Cecil, you don't need to. No, you don't need to yell. Shush. He is annoying me. Alright. But yes, oh, that's what this is. On the actual website, this will flip through the different clothing. But right now you can't see that. But it goes over, like, cultural stuff. So if you want to do more than just go through your social class and be like, okay, cool, I did it, you can actually go through here and get more information. So, for instance, if you pick an aristocrat, you're going to want to probably scroll down here and read the government system and see how it works. If you picked a clergyman, you're probably going to want to know what the religions are. If you were to pick a militant, like a military person, you'd probably want to know what weapons and armor you would be equipping yourself with. Scholar, you would want to know the education system. So I kind of lined up everything to be like that. And then, of course, clothing and dress. How do I want my character to look? So that's why everything here is lined up the way they are. You don't have to, like, know all of this shit, but you can go to the website and recall it if you want. Or you can ask the narrator, the GM, in this point it would be me, to be like, would my character know this from my culture? Wait, never mind. Can draw Prishkov from memory, because I had a drawing of Prishkov, but it got ruined by water, so now I have to redraw him. Hey, I mean, excuse to draw. Thank you for the pat period. So that's what I'm going to be doing with all the cultures. It's not as extensive as the way I normally do my cultural templates during World Building Wednesday. Do you mean DM? No. I am not a dungeon master. I am a narrator. This isn't D&D. This is Eldrig, so I'm narrating. Or I'm GMing, but, you know. Because DM is apparently technically legally connected to D&D, so you can't do that. Cecil Noisy Butthole. Cecil's been yelling, babe, for like the past 2 hours. He's very mad. What's GM? Game Master. It's a legally distinct version of Dungeon Master. But for Eldrig, I specifically call the GM, the Game Master, the person who runs the games, I call them narrators, because it's fun. Yeah, Cecil's a screamy boy bingus. I'm sorry if he woke you, babe. And now he's back on the floor sitting. I'm getting close. I'm at 62k sugar cubes. My castle walls and my table grow higher. Small gay man. What, me or Cecil? I thought GM was Generator Master. Nah, I think it's just Game Master. GM. Yeah, me. GM Con. Ow! Hey, why are you throwing me? That was an acorn, too. That was thick and it hurt my little nugget. We nutting Desmond? No, don't word it like that. Only Leon's allowed to nut me. Thank you for the sip. I'm gonna watch Cecil like a fucking hawk while I get a sip. Oh yeah, babe, Cecil fucking busted my lip. Yeah, you, I'm telling on you. I'm tattling on you. Leon. Cecil accidentally busted my lip. I was drinking, and you know how hard my cup is, right? Cecil jumped and hard bumped his head on my cup and just busted my lip open. I tasted blood. It was not good. Hi, baby. Yeah, I told on you. I tattled on you. Get nutted, get nutted, get nutted. Medic. How dare you nut me? Also, thank you for the 3 biddies. Yeah, Cecil was a bad kitty. He was very mean. He busted my lip open a little. I might have to check on it after stream, but... Are you done? Okay, it's over. Thank you for the 97 biddies. So we'll fight but with sugar cubes. Owie. No, sugar is not hard. But I know it. Wait. The sugar cubes kind of puff into like a... They'd be about as hard as a snowball. I'm not gonna lie to you. They'd be about as hard as a snowball. Alrighty. But that's how it works for the Dunes folk. Now, I'm not gonna really write for the Dunes folk today. It's mostly the Snows folk I'm gonna cover. But before I do that, I'm gonna show you what it looks like when a culture is completely filled out. I worked on the underlings day and night. Medic pulls out a Gatling gun. True. I'm also going to do it here to make it a little easier. So this is what the website looks like when it's fully completed. He pulls out my what? Your pistol, right? Your pistol, right? That's what that means, right? P what? Your pen, right? Yeah, you're anything other than your penis. You shush your little mouth, Cecil. Yeah, I didn't ask you. Pants. He meant pants. Pants. Cecil's very angry, boy Bingus. But he can stay angry. This isn't about him. Alrighty, where is it? He cut himself off! I love Pen Island. I also love Pen Island. Pen Island's actually fucking hilarious. I'd own a pen from Pen Island. Once I redraw Priskov, can I tag you on Twitter to see the drawing of Priskov? I'm not really on Twitter anymore. I don't use Twitter, but there is a Discord. We have a Discord? Alright, I'm blanking. And it has an art gallery where you can upload there, and I can see it. Yeah, there it is. Yay, Pen Island! Yeah, no, I don't know if any of you have ever been to Pen Island, but it's fucking hilarious. Let me see if it's still up. Does Pen Island still exist? It does. Pen Island Pens. This website looks like a website that would exist in the GTA universe. And that is a compliment. Look at this beautiful website. Pen Island Pens. There's the island. There's a palm tree. Pen Island is absolutely a front for something. It's not even a real website you can buy pens from. Your pen is our business. Cecil! Shush! You are fine. You have water. You have food. Your box is cleaned. You're just being a whiny You know what? Laser. Laser. Laser! Go get it. I played with the laser for a minute. I'll be over here on Mace Island where it's actually cool. But Pen Island... Hey, who wants to come over to this side of the cafe and play with Cecil to get him to calm the fuck down? Because fucking hell. This kid is annoying me. Alright. But yeah, Pen Island's my favorite website. I volunteer. Please do. Get over here and fucking stop him. You specialize in wood. This website's great. Yeah, I hear you peeping. He was yelling at me because the laser was put up. He's very upset. Go get it! Alright. But yeah, they specialize in wood, but they can also make and dude, I'd own a pen from these motherfuckers so fast. But I can't. It's not like an actual website you can buy from. And it makes me so sad. Anyway, I'm leaving Pen Island. Original if you made it. Oh, would I post the drawing of Prishkov under shared or original? Original! If you've drawn it, it's an original. The shared is just if you found it and you want to show a picture. But if you've drawn it, you can post it in the original works. And thank you, Medic, for answering the questions. But yeah, this is what the... getting back on topic. This is what a culture looks like when I fully fleshed it out. Right here, it explains how the town works and how the country works. Though there are now dozens of colonies carved in the cliffsides and caves of the surface world, thought I might ask, they pale in comparison to the cavern system city capital referred to as Trakov. Considered a nation as well as a city, it harbors millions of underlings within the giant cavernous open with as many tunnels that reach into more suburban areas and sub-cities attached to the central hub of Trakov. Each region of the city has a unique name or title to it, as though it is instead a cluster of settlements all squished together. Basically, it's just a fuck ton of cities all piled on top of each other. If I were to make Desmond a fan art, where would that go? I have... let's see. In the back cafe, there is a section called Desmond Art. You drop it there. Yeah. Alrighty. Trakov is where all underlings, also called the Trakovish, are from, and while some have ventured out, most are still down there in the ancient city-state who have never seen the surface. However, slowly more and more are becoming curious enough to try. Basically, they're like, hey, yo, I like my spot, but I kind of want to go look at stuff now. The internet's still bullying you? As of right now, no. The internet is not bullying me, but whenever it hits 12 or 12:30, we'll fucking see. Because that seems to be when it happens. Thank you for the peddlers. If it crashes, I'm gonna try and just stay and wait it out. And if it takes like 5 to 10 minutes, then I'll cancel. But I am gonna do my best and just wait. I'll wait it out and see what happens. And hopefully, if it does happen, y'all will wait with me. And be patient. It's okay, Elon's leaving California. The AI power problems should all go away soon. Oh my fucking god. Oh right! AI's been killing our power grid. Is that the fucking reason why our shit's been going out? Because a bunch of people in California have been doing stupid AI shit? I wouldn't fucking, like, what's the word? I wouldn't be surprised, considering, like, California is where a lot of people like to go for, like, business and, like, doing that stupid shit. So I would not be surprised at all if there was a bunch of California-based companies and people all in our region just killing our internet and our power with their stupid AI bullshit. That and Big Brother's apparently doing some AI theme this year. Gross. That's really gross. We don't talk to those people. Okay, but yeah, hopefully we'll see. We'll see if it cuts out. If it does, I'm gonna give it a few minutes. But for now, it's fine. Which I want to talk about. They killed the live feeds? Oh, fuck. I don't know what that means, but that still sucks. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it doesn't sound like a good thing. But yeah, these guys, let's see. The colonies themselves, right, there are colonies now. The Trakovish, the underlings have come out of the ground over the last century, and they've started peppering themselves all over Eldrig as little settlements, and they've always chosen cliffsides to live in. A few have also gone over to Damaska, and are living there too. So they've started settling in a whole lot of little areas. I was finally gonna watch Big Brother for the first time, and they killed the main point of the stinking show. Oh, that sucks. That absolutely sucks. I am sorry. But it says, I wrote down, the colonies themselves are like little homes away from home, built with similar arced, spiky architecture, and away from the sunlight. Some of these settlements are now multi-generational, with the younger generations of underlings never having seen their homeland, some deciding to try and make the pilgrimage to it one day. Right, so they had this situation where it's like, oh man, nobody's leaving and looking at the surface is so new and crazy, and now they've got these younger generations going, wait, we're from where now? And then they're leaving their colonies to actually see their homeland. What? What, chitter baby? I have a chitter baby. He's yelling, and he's rubbing all over me. Hi, baby boy. And then here's their feats. Their nation is Trakov, but only non-underlings non-underlings can go to colonies only. So remember, you can choose like to be an alb in a colony, in a Trakovish colony. That's what Bregov is. Bregov is a hybrid in a colony. If you cannot come from Trakov unless you're a pure underling, and no other reason, because of the uniqueness of how their land works. There will be a few things like that. If there's something like that, I will say as much, like here. The ethnicity is underling, obviously. Their genders that they have, recognized in their culture, is feminine, masculine, and neuter. Their languages are obviously common and Trakovish. And they get the feat Spider Whisperer. They love spiders. As an underling, you have proficiency in spider handling, which will let you tame spiders of various sizes. So basically, you're gonna get to have spiders be your friends. Let you. Let you. Pet the baby, pet the baby, pet the baby, pet the baby. Pet the baby. Meh meh. He's very yelly. Very ornery today. I don't know why. Go get it! But then I have their names. Now, the names come from... here, let me read this. Basically, Big Brother has a live stream going 24/7. They could be rerun and clipped for the entirety of its history. It has been used to call out cast members for doing some awful stuff in the show and fact-check events. Adorable cat moments and great spider-vampire familiars aside, lol. Yeah. Kevin! Cecil! Go get it. Go get the dot. I'm playing with him with the dot to try and, like, get him to calm the fuck down. He's chasing it. Someone come get him. But, for those of you who have missed the first 3 months of my streams, I actually worked on these guys before I even had Eldrig as, like, a plan. And they are a custom race that I added in later. But on my streams for my first world building segments, I created their language. I went over everything, I figured out how they write the language, I figured out how the language sounds, which is where the names come from. I'm hearing his chirps. Yeah, he's chirping! He's murping and chirping and meowing. It's really cute. I like when he chirps. He just goes... It's really precious. Right now I'm just swirling the dot around in a bit of an erratic circle and hoping he's playing with it. I'm not looking at him. But yeah, so their names will sound a little, Russian-y on accident, and that's because it's just how it came out as on the website. He is a meowy boy. Look at this meowy little boy. Hi, little meow. Cecil, look, the dot. Go get it. He got away. Go get it. Go get it. I ran the dot across the bed. And now he's like, oh fuck, where'd it go? He's not smart. Anyway. So I wrote down what exactly I did in the actual language, so I could figure out their names. So their names are elegant, though heavy in consonant clusters. They commonly pair voiceless consonants to each other and do the same for their voiced counterparts. They killed the ability to rewind the live feed. Oh, boo. As clipping the show becomes a nightmare. It can't be a technical thing. That's something they've been doing for 25 flippin' seasons. They just want us to not be able to fact-check their problematic cast members and their tendency to completely change events in the edited version of the show. Boo! That sucks. That's why you get someone to be recording that shit and be like, tee, look what I did, and then clip their own shit and be like, see? Assholes. Always got itches. But yeah, so I wrote down how I made the language. While masculine names typically end in consonants, commonly K, V, and T, or K, V, and T, feminine names typically have open vowel names. Hi, idiot. Go on, go. Stop yelling. It's on the floor. Go get it. Go get it! He fucking booked it, dude. He got so excited I didn't even use it. Gibbon's got the need for speed and scritches. Cecil's being annoying. He won't... Yeah, you're being annoying. Yeah. Turd. But yeah, so the females end in a or ended with a soft ch at the end. As for neutral names, they always end in a ka since it means the in their language. So for here, for masculine names, you have Asharik, Bridet, Bregov, which is where that name comes from, Televok, Delov, Dwamik, Eshkov, Klovik, Kotet, Kotorik, Letav, stuff like that. Vlatok, Vremak. It's very pretty, very Russianish sounding names, I know. Needed to say that though, I was very excited to finally watch this season before I heard that news. Our favorite bad boy and Cheese Baby helps my mood a lot. Yeah, Cheese Baby's being slightly annoying. Don't peep at me, you stay down there. And then of course female names, Amarich, Artesha, Bolsha, Doleska, Druga, Eslich, Flora, Golova, Govorich, stuff like that. And then of course neutral names, Kafka, Koroska, Grevka. I did not mean to put Kafka. There it is though. And then their surnames are pretty long. Surnames for underlings are regarding their original locations or their family's main occupation when it was formed. It's just untranslated Smiths and riverside areas. I see the bear's awake. Yay, he's just chilling. And then for the cultural information, this is about the extent of which you will go if you're not super interested in everything else. Chill out, Cecil. Calm down. Yeah, you. Calm down. I'm trying to tire him out with laser, but he is not having it. He woke up, wee one. Well, I say wake up. Liam was already awake. Cecil very yelling. Alright, so this is what it should look like whenever you've got a full list of what you want. After you've read all this and you've picked your name, you can just go over your social class and be like, okay, I did it. So let's say I'm making Bregov as a player character. I've already chosen what I am. I'm a Gobeling, aka I'm an underling Gobel. My culture is Trakov. I come from a colony. And since I am from here, I will pick the Spider Whisperer. However, because I am Gobel and Trakovish, I'm going to choose, I have to only choose 1 feat per, so if I wanted to have, Cavern Sight, I could, but as you can see from Bregov's eyes, he doesn't have Cavern Sight. So I don't give him Cavern Sight. Or Illuminated. Well, I would have Cavern Sight, but not Illuminated eyes. His eyes don't glow. You're a dork, whatever. And because he's also part Gobel, I would also have access to one of these. And I think I'd give him quick-footed, maybe. So that's what I'd do since he is a hybrid. So let's go back here. And this is their ethnicity. Shows off their hair colors, their skin tones, how they work. And like I said, because he's a Gobel, he has black hair. Underlegs. And I know what he is already. He is an artisan, so if I wanted to do stuff, I would pick this and just go about my day. So, as an artisan, you are in a fierce competition with other artisans, since this is the most common set of professions in your nation or in your colony. The underling society is built on the backbone of crafts and labor, with elaborate and beautiful pieces made by long, slender hands who take immense pride in their creations. Whether you make jewelry, clothing, or even carve the beautiful patterns into the stone of homes, everything is done with elegance and appreciation in mind while trying to always outdo your neighbors. So basically, as an artisan, this is what should be expected of you. When you pick your profession. His profession is technically a brewer. He is kind of like, not really an alchemist, but he's definitely a mead maker. Delicate hands. Yeah, he has very delicate, tiny hands. Delicate baby boy. Unless you were trying to be facetious. Or, what's the word? Horny. In which case, sure? Yeah, I'm choosing artisan. Mm-hmm. Yeah, an artisan is anyone who does, like, crafts or light labor, stuff like that. But that's what I would grab up, so I'd know how artisans act in Dracovish society. And after that, I would probably go down here to common jobs, because this is for the artisan. So remember, there is the aristocrat, which is government, clergyman, which is religions. I do have the religion done. Militant, which has to do with your armor and weapons. Scholar, which happens to be with the education system. And of course, artisan, having to do with your jobs. Don't know why, but my brain rotting on Triv combat abilities and outfit designs. Must be the Worldbuild bug. You're welcome. Trivium's great, by the way. I know everyone is very excited to pick it back up very soon, because I'm excited and also scared. I can feel shit is going to hit the fan, and I'm very scared, but excited. I'm also gonna close this out. Wait, where's my music? Music! Why'd you stop, you silly thing? Said no, you're not allowed to listen to the Bloodstained OST. And I'm sad. Alright. But because I picked Artisan for Bregov, I'm gonna come through here and pick what I want to do. So it says being a silk-centric culture, because they are spider people. Scare-excited, X-scared, both are good. We need a group of art students as a TTRPG party. What would that do? Music hasn't been since I got here. It's back though. Yeah, the music decided to pause. It made me sad. But there it is now. Beautiful music. But yeah, so basically it's saying, because you're spider people, and you have pet spiders for everything. I blame Cecil for the music too. Yeah, it's Cecil's fault. The music's gone because he did it. Anyway. Eepy bad. But this is basically telling me, hey, you could do that. Cecil's the bane of sleep. Yeah, I'm sorry, baby. Cecil wanted to steal the music for a theme song he wanted to play. Bad kitty. No. 4 hours is fine. Babe, get some more sleep. Also, why were you up so late? Get some sleepies. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, being a silk-centric culture, a common profession one can take up is a job revolving around their main work and import. It's a common practice to be a weaver, tailor, or fabric dyer, with the second most common profession being that of a spider herder for the clergy. However, this job just has become more secular as more houses have taken up the profession into their trade as well. Cecil was eyes in, stop the main character's song that action. Hey, what the fuck? Thank you for the pad, blippy, and the sippy. Sippy blippy. Well, I'm on the floor now. Babe, why'd you push me over? It's because I told you to get more sleep. You need to sleep. Yeah, what the f- Rude. I had to call out of work and I'm stuck figuring out what to do now. Oh no. I'm sorry, Bobo. Let's see. But yeah, spider-centric work for artisans is right there. Second most common set of professions are, strangely enough, mining and mineral collecting for import. Oh yeah, they are subterranean. They are also miners. They're more miner than the dwerg sometimes. Underling, well, although they do stuff with, like, more gemstones, while the dwerg are usually more metal-centric. But these guys do have some metal. But it's very common for them. Underlings are quite adept at knowing the metals and minerals around them, though they use them for dyes more than value and decoration. After all, most metals are used for containers and jewelry, while gemstones are typically chalky in texture and can be ground up into powders for easily processing as makeup and fabric dye. So yeah, they use a lot of their minerals as a chalky substance, and they crush it, kind of like lapis, for instance, and they use it for dyeing stuff. So that's what they do with their minerals. Meanwhile, the Dwerg probably gather up their minerals, one, to show off wealth and prestige, and two, to trade with people on the outside of their mountain, especially other, like Dwerg, as well as Clydel, so that they could get food that they normally wouldn't be able to have in the actual, mountain. Ugh. Oh, it stretched. That felt awesome. So that's what I would do. I would check on this, be like, okay, this is what my culture focuses on, but I'm still gonna make him a brewer. So that's what I end up doing. I make him a little brew guy. I could also just make him a weaver, but I like the idea of him being a brewer. So that's how I would approach it. After that, I'm done. I don't have to worry about much of this stuff, unless I really want to. Like, if I really want to just learn about, like, what his values could be. Oh yeah, and here's their clothing. I cover what masculine, feminine, and neutral clothing all looks like and what the, like, differences are. And then I go between the lower, middle, and high classes. Now, because he is an artisan, he probably wears something closer to lower class, but maybe with a bit of middle class flair. So as you can see here, he's wearing something pretty simple, at least in terms of his culture. This is what men usually wear. He is a man, so he's wearing something like this. You just can't really tell. As you can see here, he's got this open. And because he's from a colony, the fashion's probably a bit different. This is like traditional, like straight up just taco of outfits, but colonies have tended to start absorbing little bits and pieces from other cultures, so their outfits are gonna look a little different. Maybe not completely, but you can see here how men, like, at least this one doesn't have anything open. This guy, he has something open on his chest, and that's what Bregov here has. He has, like, a purple under color. Rip Blippo. Have you considered puts an arm prompting your DMs? Whoa! So he's kind of like in between lower class and middle class. His style's also just a tad different. But yeah, this is lower class for the Drakovs. We got middle class. And then we got high class. That still says middle class on the side. I need to change that later. But this is high class. Have you considered hugs for all? Yeah, I want a hug. Have you considered sleeping a bit more? Please get nap. He's grumbly bear at me. Everyone gets bull hugs. Nice. Best presidential platform. Leon gets on stage. Everyone's gonna get hugged. I'm like, yes. You're all gonna get fucking hugged. But yeah, this is the beautiful higher classes. And I also showed off what the underwear looks like, so that you can understand, like, the shape of what they're going for. As you can see. Very pretty. I enjoy it. And then I did foods. I was like, what do they eat? You get a hug. And you get a hug. Yeah, I love hugs. He's happily squamshed. Cute. But yeah, I covered what they would eat as well. And yes, all of this is like Google Slides and Google Docs and shit. It helps. But they eat food, at least in the underground, in the main underground. They eat foods that they can only find in the tunnels. I want to try a fusion art of me and Desmond, but like I don't know if Desmond would like the idea. It depends, I guess. Art and VC, understood, I will peek. Hiccup hurt. Hey, that looks sick as hell. Nice. Ow, fuck, help me. I keep hiccuping, and it hurts. Okay, am I done? I think I'm done. I think the hiccups are done. Maybe. The jury's still out. But yeah, so I covered what kind of food they could get a hold of. So you said that depends. Yes, I did. I said it depends. But yeah, I covered what kind of food they can get and make based on what kind of materials they can get a hold of. So for instance, in cave systems, there's a snake, lizards. Sugar Skull actually helped with this a little. She mentioned that lizard tails can actually pop off and regrow. And I went, oh, that's cool. Yeah, they would totally, like, farm lizards for their tails. I mean, they wouldn't do it that often on the same creature, because, you know, it would kind of suck, but they definitely do that. That's free food. It's safer work-wise. Okay, then I say sure? I don't know. But yeah, I wrote down what kind of food they could get a hold of, and then I drew it. So this is common breakfast that you would see. They use mushroom bowls for stews. Fusion, haha, yeah. Ube with little berries inside and sliced lizard. Fish and yulin. Yulin is like a fruit that's similar to a coconut, kind of. So this is like coconut that they eat, but I feel like wouldn't be as grainy. It would be kind of like eating like a mushier version of a coconut. Axolotl farms? Axolotls, no, but there are these creatures that look kind of like axolotls that are blind. I don't think they'd eat those. I think it would freak them out too much. And then there's the lunch. They'd have snake stew, grilled snake, and then of course the cooked lizard tail with all the mushrooms and fixins. Dinner, beetle grubs, because there are big-ass beetles down there. Vine shoot noodles. They'd boil vine shoots. And here's a snake platter that I had a lot of fun drawing. All of this has been drawn by me, by the way, this part. Snacks, they would have fish cakes, because they do have fish down there. Fried mushroom chips. Ow, my face itches. Mushroom sticks, and meatballs. And then desserts, yulin and ube pie. Because I call it ube, but it's not quite an ube, but it's the closest I can get. Yulin spider pudding. And I wrote down what these are all made of. And then biolume candy. They take like bioluminescent glow from mushrooms and they put it in like a blue honey that they have made, and they eat that. An axolotl race, that'd be a great race to have underwater representation without them dying outside it. I could see that, but all the races I have made for this world so far, I am okay with and I am sticking with. I'm not going to add or remove any. Axolotl. But yeah, I'm not going to add any more races as of right now for my specific world. If you guys want to make an axolotl race, go for it. I've already technically made an axolotl race concept whenever we were all working on our islands together. And then other, this is like stuff that comes as like, I guess, what's the word? Like, not necessarily snacks, but like side dishes kind of. Axolotl. No, medic can't cut down trees with that. But they have their cave bee honey, which is that blue luminescent candy that they make with it. Pickled lizard tail, because of course, why wouldn't they? Mushroom oil, obviously. Stala berries, which are the little berries that they put in their ube over here. They also use it for just tart flavor. I give Medic a chainsaw axe. Oh, fucking no. And then here's the yulin fruit. Like I said, it looks kind of like a coconut, but it's like mushier in a way. Medic, you put the fuck down, you put that down! And then of course we have the utensils. This is what they eat with. Common spoon, fork, knife, and then of course they use these picks to like pick stuff. The force will be gone in a week. Yeah? Oh right, and here, this is like a clamp for stuff. And then they have drinks. You have your blue honey mean, strawberry wine, and yulin milk. They use that for stuff. I can't hear over my brain rattling from the chainsaw axe. That's all I hear from Medic. And then I go over what architecture and vehicles look like. Like, here's a good example of what a town would look like. Their carriages look very gothic as well. I could not find a carriage to, like, as a good example, but think of a tiny gothic castle on wheels. That's the best way to describe it. And that's what I put down here. Like being toted by a spider, no less. A big-ass spider pulling the carriage. Gender and gender roles, I go over what each gender and gender role is, like, expected to do. Like, for instance, the neutral gender role are traits and behaviors expected originally of the clergy, though it was expected only of church members to be in this role. Nowadays, secular people can identify as a neutral gender and not be chastised for acting out of their birth role. As such, they are stereotyped as taking up the duties of the clergy in their household. Yeah, this is more like a stereotype more than like an actual how everybody acts. This is just expected of them. They're usually advisors to the house, with no claim to the family line in any way, some even opting to be eunuchs to push the role even further. They may also take up duties of spider herding for their house. So basically, you're doing clergy roles, you're doing a eunuch role in your house. And then of course the masculine gender role are traits and behaviors expected of boys and men. These tend to be more passive role than the others, men expecting to look pretty and adhere to the fashions for their gender the most. They go through the most scrutiny when it comes to acting up or acting out, and are taught to be seen, not heard, and to take up aspects of their house's trade. They are to be demure and submit to their wife, and produce her with heirs when she is ready to expand her house. Their main marriage to a woman is a trading deal between his mother and his new mother-in-law, as an alliance of property and assets. Sorry to say you may need to replace all wood in your building. Medic's gonna cut all the wood down. Yeah. And then for the feminine gender role, traits expected of women and girls, they're typically raised up to be masters of the household, the managers of the business, and workers of No. Yeah, I know. We're waiting. Oh, are we back? Are we back? I was waiting. Son of a fartsicle. Are we back? Hello? Hello. Yeah, that was weird. I told you! Fucking hiccups! I swear to God, it never... It's always consistent. It's always around noon.
Thank you for the patch. Check yourself.
Okay, what did you guys hear last? I don't think it matters. Basically, gender roles. I've written down, like, what's expected of you. That way, like I said, I'm playing Bregov. I will know that he's expected to be, like, consistently inconsistent, literally. But, because he's a masculine gender role, he's a dude, he would be expected to be more demure, more passive, and he would expect to eventually be married off for the sake of his mother setting up an alliance with another woman. Yeah, that's basically it, the poor dude. While binary transgender individuals, aka FTM and MTF, are acknowledged and even accepted in some colonies influenced by other cultures, the main nation of Trakov sees it as a person trying to get out of their duties. Some trans people have used the neutral gender role to transition instead of get out of the binary completely and find an identity that's more comfortable for them. Yeah. That sounds like a title for a comedy special. Might be good or bad depending on the show. Fair. So yeah, basically it's a coin toss-up if you are binary trans. I say binary trans because neutral is already accepted. For here, it just depends on the colony. Depends on how, like, well people give a shit.
My nose itches. Help.
Romance, sex, and marriage. I cover basically how romance works. I found 2 pictures of 2 Twilight OCs kissing.
And I used it.
Basically, romance, sex, and marriage are considered completely separate from one another in their culture, and there's little to no pressure in crossing these 3, though there are still a few common rules here and there. Basically, marriage does not mean you love the person, as sad as that is. It's very much ye olden times, except even, like, more sad.
Oh, little fluffy spiders.
Yeah, we'll get to those. Don't look at them. For instance, there is a concept called an atopa in their culture. While they commonly married Through an agreement of their mothers, this isn't a union of love or romance. The newly married couple are expected to have 1 or 2 children to keep the lineage intact, but afterward they are considered single and are free to find a proper lover called Natopa. Most men still live in the house of their wives, but typically have their own room and sometimes their own section of the house, where they may stay with their Atopa, who is their official partner for love. They usually are romantic and sexual towards them as a monogamous pair. Basically, they go off to go have the kid with the person they were married with, and then after that they're like, okay, cool, we're done. The contract's completed. We have heirs to this new business we're working on. I'm gonna go find a boyfriend. That's literally how it works for them. Some choose to remain single and seek out sexual partners instead, while in their younger years, which is also not considered a big deal to the spouse, and will refer to the current sexual partners as house guests. So, there it is. Not every culture will be like that. This is just how this is how the underlings roll. Look at the baby fluffy spiders! So, family is really fun. It's typically made up of several generations, their spouse, and their partners and children. The manager of the house is the matriarch of the family, with her husband and Atopa just under her, as well as any sisters she may have with the husband and Atopa. After that is her children. If the children are also adults and married, it's only the daughters that stay in the house, while the men are given to the other houses to get married. Yeah, men are thrown out of the house. Dudes are thrown out and go told to be like, go get a wife. Get out of my house. Common household pets, I love common household pets, are typically spiders, though they are different from spider herds used for making silk. They're smaller, fluffy, and soft, with large 2 eyes, and their other eyes are so small they may become unnoticeable. So I use these like little cat pictures that I found of little spiders, and I'm like, yeah, this is pretty close to how I picture them. I have an edge case question. What happens in the case of an accident and the heirs die? That house is fucked. I'm sure they have something in place. Whether do they just have to go on and have more kids? I think it depends. Depends on how old the kids are, and depends on like if there are like siblings that can like push the status quo, I guess, and like put their own kids in power. Period out here trying to gain landed power through a series of unfortunate accidents. I know, Period out here trying to get the power. Relationships with other races. Basically, who do they get along with? They get along with pretty much anyone right now because they haven't had enough time on the surface to actually get animosity with anyone. So underlings have a very recent history interacting with other races, considering they were subterranean until a century ago. However, the initial shock of meeting new humanoids and their first impressions still linger today, with most races having not even seen or talked to an underling before. Lol, nah, just curious how they would work, if they would find a partner for life after having heirs. Oh, honestly, I think the kid of the Atopa would become the heir. Like, if, let's say, a woman and her husband had 2 kids. Let's say those kids got to about 10 and 15 or whatever, and then they passed away for some reason. Whoever her current Atopa is, her current lover, their kids would become the next heirs. I totally don't see the axe Period landing behind his back innocently. Period, put the axe down. Yo, what the hell? Medic, what are you sharing? What is that? That looks delicious, but also... I don't know if I should drink it. Here, feel drink. Right? Yeah, I don't know what that is. So that's how that would work, I think. Huh. What axe? You put that shit down. So that's what the website would look like if every single culture was filled out. But as you can see, this is a lot of work. So I'm only going to cover the cultures that I deem the most important. And the cultures I deem the most important are the ones you guys choose as my players. I make axes. Axes! And I know, Leon's gonna be joining the game. Because I know his schedule. And I know he's not attached to other campaigns at the moment. Other than our Vandalt one, but... I'm gonna start this after Vandalt is finished. So, we're gonna work on the Snows folk. You are making, Wolfric, right? Okay, so, yeah, he's still making Wolfric. So I'm gonna work on the Snowsfolk a little bit. So before I do that, let me pull this up so I can see. I'm gonna put this on my other monitor for myself. There we go. Back to man, back to races. I'm gonna pull up the underling stuff and use it as a sample piece to know what I'm writing. How is Vandalt going? Are you guys getting in the final stretch from the last I heard? Yeah, we're pretty much, like, just a few sessions, like, left. I'm excited, but I'm also really fucking sad. We have had to take a short hiatus for the last few weeks because, our players have been doing shit. But, yeah. Alright. Let's work on the snow people. So, before I start writing for them specifically, I'm going to read out what they are as a people. The sturdy and strong Snowsfolk live out their days in the bitter cold of the northern peaks, though they thrive in their environment. Draped in thick furs and living on a hearty meat diet of deer, boar, and fish, these people work as nomads for hunting parties, always following their food, and as such, don't have an established settlement. Yeah, it's like a move around so you don't die sort of thing. Their homes are able to be moved, large and circular, and are usually pulled by giant tamed beasts. As such, their villages are always moving as a caravan. But that does not mean that every single village does this. This is just how it works in general. For those who have settled down permanently, such as the capital and trading cities, they've learned agricultural tricks on how to greenhouse their plants using tents to grow more food during the colder months. However, those in Lakedeer prefer their hardy meats of the native creatures that walk their lands. As such, they're very conservationalist, making sure never to hunt more than they need and more than the fauna can handle. Basically, they don't hunt. They don't like to damage the ecosystem, otherwise they'll be out of fucking food. So the nation here is Lakedeer. We've already seen it. It is right up here. It's this little place right here. Oh, my throat, help. I'm gonna get a sippy since I've been talking a lot. Oh. Thank you, Medic, for the zippy. Alrighty. Whew. Blah, 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 blah. So their ethnicities, the most common are Hillsfolk and Snowsfolk. Those are like the more red-headed, green-eyed people. And then the blonde-haired, blue-eyed people with pale skin. Can't really tan. Genders, recognized genders are masculine and feminine. They don't really have a process for a neutral gender. Not to say those don't exist, but their culture doesn't really have, I guess a good way to accept them. They certainly won't turn them away, but there's not really any, like, precedent for them, if that makes sense. And then you get the feat Carnivorous Palate. During rest and having rations, basically when you're doing your rest to chill your character. If you eat a meat-heavy meal, you wake up with 1d4 extra temporary hit points. At level 10, you gain 1d6 extra. At level 25, you gain 1d8. So your health goes up, basically. I'm tempted to make this go up a little higher than this, but who knows. But basically, you get temporary hit points. It's pretty great. Their language has developed to speak more in consonants to keep the warmth in their body. Right, so for those who don't know how languages can work sometimes, a fun little thing that people have realized is that sometimes if you're in a cold region, your language slowly starts to become softer and voiceless so that you're letting out less air. The more air you keep in and the more your mouth stays like a little more closed, the more warmth you keep in your body so you don't puff it all out and get yourself colder. So you will hear a lot of like softer, gentler consonants, and not as many vowels, because vowels, you open your mouth for it, and also e's and is and urs. Meanwhile, if you're like in the desert or in the savannah, places that's like wide and big and also warm, you can belt out as many vowels and voiced consonants as you want so you can be heard. So I kind of took that and added it and kind of, it's not like a hard and fast rule. It is, there are definitely exceptions, but it's a cool thing to do if you want to like have inspiration for different languages depending on the region they came from. So that's what I did with the Leikthir. As you can hear it, Leikthir, it's very soft words. And it is also based off of the Nordic language because the Norse language is gorgeous. Yes, their R's roll. They don't really have any stop R's. Their language has developed to speak in more consonants to keep warmth in their body, and as such their names have less vowel sounds, preferring to use R to act as a vowel in between. Men's names favor this, while women's names hold on to the D for their endings, still just as packed with consonants as any other. Neutral names adopt E commonly at the end. So... oh wait, they don't really have neutral names anymore. I removed them. That's right. Let me get rid of that. Surnames are typically names of a person they were parented by, or by an ancestor, with blot determining that they are descendant of that person. Blot is basically like saying child of. I could use the word clan instead, because clan means family, I think. Because I know clan is usually a good word about your descendant. I'm trying to figure out what it means. So I could use clan instead. Let me look up etymology. I'm gonna look up etymology for clan. Okay, yeah, clan is a family or tribe. Hey, get out of here. It's from the Gaelic word clan for family, stock, or offspring. It's basically like an offshoot.
I'm on the floor, help.
That is interesting. The Goidic branch of Celtic included Gaelic has no initial P. Right, they can't say P, so whenever you say planta, they tried to say planta, but it slowly turned into clanta, clant, clan. So plant and clan come from the same root word. That's fucking cool. Also, Lilin, welcome in. Whoa, floor be upon ye. Lilin! I carry you a lot. But yeah, that's actually really cool. I don't know if I want to use the word clan now. But blot for now works fine. Denoting that they're the descendants of that person. So if I were...
What, peeper? That's also like, meh.
Let's say my name is Björn, and my father's name is Gundr. I would be Björn Gunderblot. Hey Desmond, do you mind if I give you a One Piece spoiler without context? Sure, buddy, go for it. I can imagine a character from a cold region having a disadvantage to using magic in this world, or generally less charisma ability to speak due to their naturally quieter speech. I won't go that far, because I don't want to, like, screw people over. Also, the language is, the magic language is completely different from their language. I've been having fun telling this one. Go for it.
But yeah, I have the names down. Asleif, Astrid, Audhild, Edgrid, Fagert. That doesn't sound good. It's been DM'd. I just really... Fagert... I can't say the name now without giggling. It's supposed to be like Fae and then guard, like Fagard. That's what that name is. But now it sounds bad. Feminization disease. I see, it's a disease. I don't know what that means, Blippi. Thank you for the lack of context. But yeah, I'm gonna have to be careful with that name. Maybe I'm gonna call it Fagard. That still sounds just as bad, but Fagard sounds so pretty. But if I put the fucking accent on it, it sounds bad. I'm mad at that. Girhild, Gudleid, Halgerd. See all these very pretty names. Ingrid, Isolde.
Anyway, you fucking get it. You get it. Alright, we're gonna start working on the social classes. So, if you are a Snows folk and you decide to choose an aristocrat or clergyman, military, whatever, I'm gonna write down what is expected of you and what common things you do here. Fae Guard is definitely a name that would be reclaimed in 30 to 50 years. But that's what it means here. Fae, as in fairy, guard as in guardian. You're the guardian of the fairies, or the fairies guard you. Something like that. I wanted that to sound cool. But then when I said it out loud, I'm like, it's a little sussy. Anyway. Cecil, what are you doing? I hear you shuffling. Oh! Pop everything in my body. Alright, so aristocrats. Let's see, I'm gonna have to figure out what each social class does. So aristocrats for the Snows people. The Snow people government is pretty... I would say it's not quite city-state, but it is definitely like know the rules of the settlement you're going to, because the capital is basically a permanent fixture, so it's not going anywhere. Its rules don't really change, and its law is basically, hey, here's what we want you guys to adhere to. Other than that, extra laws can be added on these smaller settlements that can actually move, so they're like, come get us. Well, I won't say screw over, but I think it'd be interesting for a character to have certain debuffs like that because of their origins. Yeah, let's say like the character has like a stutter or something, and they really want to be a magic caster. That would be interesting. I could give them like a personal debuff of like, your cant is -2 or something like that. Or no, that would be mean. Or like your focus is lower, or like you have disadvantage, or something like that. I think that'd be really interesting. But I wouldn't do that as like a hard and fast rule for the races. Anyone can learn the magic system. Ugh, this ain't Dragon Age, where the dwarves can't have magic. Fun fact, dwarves can't cast magic. Because they can't access the, oh fuck, what is that place? It's like a dream place that you can go to if you're a magic caster. Dwarves can't go there, so like, they can't cast magic. And it's really sad. But there is this one dwarf lady that like loves studying it. Fuck, I gotta play Dragon Age for you guys soon. That would be fun as hell. Maybe I'll do that Friday. I know tomorrow I want to keep doing racist magic. It's literally racist. Dwarves can't hold midichlorians. Yeah, literally, it's fucking sad. Alright, but let's see. So, the way the government works, it has a central, like, king or chief that everyone adheres to, but then there's a bunch of little jarls that travel or have these trading cities under their belt, acting as vassals to this king. This chieftain, this main dude. I think I'll write that down real quick. So... I'm gonna go look at the Norse systems as well real quick, just to help myself. Yeah, how did the government work in the ancient... Oh yeah! I forgot the Vikings has something called the Thing, and it's the Assembly, but they just called it the Thing. And it's the funniest shit to me. It was an assembly, just called the Thing, or Folkmoot, aka people meet. The Thing! It's like I gotta go to the Thing. It's so stupid. It's fucking hilarious. Oh yes, the Romans call their place, or the Greeks call their place the Parthenon. What do you guys call your assembly? That's the Thing. I mean, if it works! Yeah. Dude, the fucking Norse didn't give a shit, dude. It's funny. Funny. Let's see. The Norse had an oral culture and only rune writing existed. Vikings had both law and government, even without written law. All free men of the Vikings would gather in their communities to make law and decide cases in a meeting called a thing. Each community had its own independent thing. Rather than have all disputes settled by a duel or family feuds, the Thing was instituted to both write Viking law and to decide cases of disputes within it. The Thing met at specific regular times. Each Thing had a Viking law speaker who would recite the law from memory. Oh, jeez. I forgot humans used to do that, where we just, like, memorize shit by the thousands and then repeat it, and be like, okay, there it is. I know everything. And that's because even though they had a writing system, they never used the writing system for that actual shit. They used it for, like, power. Like, rune writing, basically. Welcome home, Taki! Very glad to see you're here. There were local community things. They're so fucking funny. They're called things. I'm gonna close this out, though, because I don't need it. Eek, eek. Eek, 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 bleh. Eek. Splashed me. Eek, 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 eek. Medic. Eek. Oh, no, I'm all wet. Thank you for the drink, though. Wet eeks. Eek. Yeah, sad eeking. Oh, yummy water, though. Thank you for the pet. Eeking is the one V away from Viking. Viking! I'm Viking! Viking! Alright, I'm gonna close out some of this stuff because I don't need it anymore. Cecil, you're a peeper. Go on, get out of here. You bonked me on my mouth. And I don't appreciate that. No, I don't. I don't appreciate it. The Bat Council. Yes, the Bat Council. That exists. I am not a part of it. But I am constantly on trial because I wagugus when it is not Wednesday. Alright. So, let's write some of this shit down. So, Lake Tyr isn't that big. So, like I said, it has a main chieftain. Main chieftain runs the kingdom. I guess it'd be a chiefdom, huh? With Jarls as his vassals that stretch across the country. Okay. So, yeah, the main chieftain runs the kingdom. He has Jarls as his vassals that stretch across the land. Most of them run these settlements that move, as well as other trade cities that have been established. So, there aren't super a lot, there aren't a whole lot of towns that can actually, like, up and leave. Those are, like, specifically made to do so, to make sure food is actually, like, gathered. Yeah, Taki, you're you're a little too big to be on the council. That's the issue. All right. So the main law has been passed down from the chieftain and his legislators. But some Jarls can get away. There we go. So basically, the Jarls can actually get away with, like, not following all of the laws of the T, because they move around. Legislators. There we go. Also, I don't think the chieftain would care too much about hunting down specific Jarls that aren't necessarily doing every single law or holding up every single one that he's released, unless it's just getting really bad. I can't think of an example. Like, let's say there is the irrefutable law of do not overhunt in your area. We don't need the ecology of our literal food source to be nuked. And then one of the Jarls is like, fuck that, I want a fuck ton of food. And then they start, you know, clearing their land faster than they should. If it starts becoming a really big problem, the chieftain will he'll probably go there personally and fucking, I don't know, behead the Jarl or something. Welcome in, raiders! Hello, hello! How are you all doing today? Hi, Wootinini. Look at the cutie!
I'll do it.
Thank you for shouting them out. There you go. Ooh, you're drawing heart. Oh, yeah, cuties. Thank you for the shout out. Of course! Shout out for every sweet raider. Every precious bean.
I keep forgetting about
Wootinini is a cute freaking name. What the heck? Yeah, they're adorable. Look at them. I am good! Welcome in, everyone! That was adorable little Wootinini. And for those of you who don't know me, hoi hoi, I'm Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as Worldbuild on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. Today we're actually doing just that. We are world building on a Wednesday, because it is Wednesday, my dudes. How am I? I am good. How are you? What were you doing? You were playing Coral Island! Hey, how was that game? I heard it's really good. I know it's like your standard, I wouldn't say Stardew Valley. Is it like Stardew Valley? You got upset. What happened? I want to know now. Because I heard it's kind of like Stardew Valley, and you can like romance characters there, and it's like a farming sim. It is like Stardew. Okay. Did one of the characters reject you or something? That'd be very sad. Oh, my nose is just me. And the art is so cute, like Disney style. Yeah, I have seen the, I have seen the art. That's what actually got me into looking at it. I'm like, this is pretty. Pop my back. While you're writing that out, I'm gonna stretch. Oh, it was released. It was released at the end of last year, but it's still an unfinished game, so I actually don't recommend playing it yet. Aw, that sucks. Yeah, I like to play games, especially games like that. I would much rather play it in its complete form than, like, play it while it's, like, half done.
My cat is yelling. What, Bubby? Why are you so meowy? What are you meowing about?
Cecil's been just really yelly. It's a good game. It was just released too early. That's fair. That always happens nowadays. Indie devs get a little too itchy to release the game. It's mostly the fandom, though. Like, the people who, like, the loud minority who really want the game out, and they basically demand it. I feel like sometimes devs feel, like, pressured. So, that sucks, but also, at least it's a good game for what it is. I played it already in early access, and it's fine if it's unfinished. That's true. If it's like alpha testing or whatever, like alpha access or beta, then it's fine if it's like not finished or whatever and there's like issues. But if it's like fully released, it shouldn't be unfinished. They need to finish it before they like fully release the game. But that's just me. If you've released it, you could expect the main story to be finished at least. Yeah! I agree. That's kind of sad. They shouldn't have released it if it wasn't finished. Like, fully released it, I mean. Alright. Oh, so that was upsetting me. I completely understand that, dude. That absolutely sucks. But, thank you again for the raid. If you need to take a rest, get some water, get some snack, I'll just wait another year to play it again. Understood. But yeah, if you need to go do stuff, post-raid, I know how it's tiring after streaming for 4 or 5 hours. Otherwise, enjoy just chilling here and watching me drive myself to madness. Time to unrelease their games so they can finish it, shaking my head, yeah. But for those of you who have come in here and you don't know what's happening, it's World Building Wednesday. I'm specifically working on a custom TTRPG that I'm making from scratch. Right now I'm working on cultural information for my players. If they want to like choose a specific background or profession, I'm writing out what is expected of them in that profession and their culture. So let's say you chose to be a nobleman or an aristocrat. Your roles are going to be completely different if you're from this country that I'm working on, called Leikthir. It's your snowy hill area. You're going to have different shit compared to the Dunes folk. The Assyrian Empire. So, that's what I'm working on. World building with Gugus Wednesday. Bring your banana tribute. Yeah, give me the bananas. I'll just hop in the shower quick. Be right later. Of course. I tried to type into Twitter. Medic, you're silly. Ow. That hiccup hurt. No, I'm dumb. You're dumbable. That didn't make sense. Help! Fuck! I'm hiccuping. I have an idea. Yeah! I'm gonna put it in its own text box. Frog! Pats you, pats you, yeah, pets the medic. Pet. Alright, so that's how the government works, so I'll get to figure out how the aristocrats act. And they won't be called aristocrats here. In the underlings, they would obviously call themselves nobles or aristocrats or whatever. Here, they would probably be considered jarls or jarlsons. They wouldn't call themselves any fancy, prattly little words. Which is another difference between cultures. You are not the frog. I am frog! Rabbit. If not frog, then why have frog daughter? Take that, Jarls and Jarlets, yeah. Take that, atheists. Okay, so I'll come up with more for the government stuff later. They're religions! I have religions written down somewhere. I have old info, by the way. This is all old information from my website. You are not the frog, you are a duck. Whack. You're right, I'm a duck. And baby Jarlings. Step horse! I am not. Let's go to the religions, though. I'm gonna go peek in on how I did these guys. Leikthir Pantheon. Oh yeah, they have a pantheon. They have, polytheistic gods that are 7 of them. So there's Dawa, the mother goddess, represents fertility, and the number 8. Has all of the... Oh yeah, they consider these kids part of the, cardinal directions and, like, diagonal directions. Horse? Oh, shit. Oh no, step horse, I'm a frog, help me. So I'm gonna actually copy this and bring it up over here. How did I do it on the Tragovish? I just dropped it in. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot. The religion in the underling, I didn't read to you, but it's monotheistic. It's Yubanava, the Lady of Spiders. They worship their spider goddess. I didn't mean to make them drow-coded, but here they are. Here we are. Here we are, drow-coded. My nose itches, hold on. Okay, I'm good. Alright, so folk people. I'm gonna copy this here so I can have the info for the religion, because I am gonna start pasting it in here.
And the way their religion works is, like I said, they have 8 gods. There's the northernmost goddess, Dawa, who is the mother of everything. Has all of the traits that her 7 children possess, having passed down these traits to all of them and is seen as the whole component of them. Then there's her 7 kids. There's Reilinger, god of the mirror. He casts mirages and reflections of people, both alive and dead. The Norse... Summon Leon in attack position. No, don't do that. I just read that you said you'd summon him in attack position. I just saw I summoned Leon. Back for my transgression of leaving, I put cat pick in VC. How dare you? Let me go check the kitty. I want a pet. Must pet kitty. Aw, kitty. I love kitties. Cats are my favorite. Cats are my favorite animal. I'll never say no to a picture of a dog, though. Or like a cute little parrot or something. But kitties are my favorite. Let's see. There's Mostrad, goddess of the night. She protects the night sky and spilled the stars across the black sea above. Durenir, god of thunder. Basically, he's like a smith that hammers things and creates, you know, thunder from his smith anvil. Hatheski, she's the goddess of frost. She could bring you back from the dead. And she ushers you to the dead. Also, why was a bear man in the air in VC? I have no clue. I don't understand that bear. Bears are nuts and funny and cute. Selyad, goddess of elk. She can assume the form of an elk, deer, or rabbit to make hunting them much easier for her. She's a hunter goddess. How was Leon finding a trampoline? Tulingur, god of fish and water. He's known to have a boat carved out of a giant tusk of an ancient boar. And Hustingur, god of the hearth and bonfires. Keeps igloos and caves warm and is responsible for the kindle. Basically, Hustingur is probably very, very fucking important because you want your house to stay warm. You don't want to get cold. The mother goddess and her 7 children are all worshipped as vital parts of the Northman's lives, each one bringing something they need to survive in the harsh northern climate and help them explain the strange phenomena they experience in their environment. Doesn't being a cute world builder. No, just a dork on the internet. But I will be plopping this in here soon. As for their weapons and armor from military people, right, I should probably write down how the clergy works. Let's do that. So I feel like the clergy would be the ones who uphold rituals and traditions the most. And recites oral stories. I do feel like the Leiktir, the people of Leiktir are probably, I have no clue what to call them. The lake? The Northerners, I guess? The Northmen? I'm trying to think of a word to call them. But, yeah, I feel like their clergy would be the ones that records everything as well as recites everything. I feel like recording stuff and putting stuff down is fairly new, and they might be doing it because they've realized they might be losing certain stuff. But I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. They can memorize and recite stories and folklore perfectly. Yeah, let's say they have real good memory. I have a jet engine purring on my chest. Cute. Cubby. Let's see. So I think they use their runes for gravestones.
And markers of importance. What else? Basically, I want them to also have a culture where it's like, I put my name on it, therefore it's mine. Hello, Setter! How are you doing? Look at that little dance. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing okay. Don't mind me, I'm just writing down random shit that comes to mind for my, Norse-inspired snow people for my TTRPG. My tabletop RPG that I'm creating from scratch, that I'm very excited about. Gothi... Let's see. Religious significance. How are you? How goes the world building? It goes very good. Carving into the top of a mountain. This is very high. Yeah, something like that. I love that. That's actually how the Norse did it too sometimes. Shit's hilarious. Thank you for the pedlaros. Like, if it was an object that you owned that you really liked, you'd put your fucking name on it to say it's mine. So if someone said, "Ha, it's not yours, it doesn't have your name on it," then you could show them, and they'll be like, "Oh shit," and then they'll lose. It just, I don't know why, it'd just be really funny to me to think about. What the fuck? I see. Welcome home, master. Get trolled, wee one. I'm gonna go get him. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I can't get my headset out, so I'm just gonna go over to him too. I'm back. Yeah, exactly. Pyrian gets it. Actually, I put my name on the inside of my books, and my jacket is right here. It's mine. That's the energy I want this to have. Like, no, I own this. It'd be really funny. So that's what I want to do. Let's see. What else would the clergy be doing? They'd probably, like I said, they'd hold up traditions. They'd probably be the ones doing, like, God, like, the God stuff. Other than that, I can't think of anything at the moment. I spelled perfectly wrong. I'll keep that there for now. We'll come up with more later. Military! Okay, what did I put for military in here? So let's go here. For the underlings, I put for military, as a fighter in the military, you specialize in espionage and marine weapons. That's right, they don't really have, like, fighting the way we would consider it. Coming from a giant cavern system and in a city nation that mostly work together, your worry has always ever been the giant bat monsters and other dangerous fauna that occasionally crawl out from the tunnels that surround your people. Right, the Trakovish, the underlings, actually have a taboo where, bats are a no. A bat iconography is the fucking devil. Yeah, giant bat monsters just projecting. Listen, it makes sense if you're living in a fucking cave system, okay? Cecil, I'm allowed. No, you're not. You're. Oh goodness, what? Oh goodness, what? Dude, he had a lot to say to me. Clergy, one of the political parties, even a society that legally religion should be kept out of. Laura, you're speaking too loud. Well, God damn it. Let's see. Yeah, so they fight these giant bat creatures and other creatures that crawl around. Sometimes you have worked with spiders, bred to fight alongside you, with chitin thicker than normal to protect them. If in a colony, you employ these similar tactics and use the advantage of the cliffs the town has settled on to defend rather than attack, as your people have never had to fight other sentient races or bandits until now. So, yeah. For these guys, Leikthir, they don't raid. They're not really, like, the Viking let's raid shit kind of people. I gave that more to the Darrens. These guys are more all about, honor and protecting your own. Let me go through here real quick. And also let me check on my map. Now, that doesn't mean they probably didn't do raiding at some point, just right now, they've kind of settled down. They're let's see. Yeah, they're in an area that doesn't bode well for, like, long-term war campaigns. If they were to ever, like, fight other people, it would probably be the Albs, because they're here. Other humans that may have tried to pass through at some point. What's the opposite of cheese? Oh. I don't know. Pudding? Esik. I would say pudding. I don't know. I can't think of anything. Jello. Fuck it. It's Jello. But yeah, I could see these guys being more about, like, defending the home territory nowadays.
Oh, what's that? That's pretty.
And they're more about, like, honor and protecting the area that they're in. So because they're so conservationist about their lands and making sure that they don't hunt to extinction, because if they do that, they are literally fucked. They're in this very tiny location. They're in a very tiny locale. The opposite of cheese would simply be milk. Milk is just liquid cheese. So what would be, like, the opposite of milk solidified? Pudding cat daughter for the giant Batman and small bear husband.
Cute.
Color pudding. Pudding is a cute word. Pudding is an adorable name for a cat. I would love to name a cat Pudding. I told you, food for cat names is adorable to me. Let's see here. But yeah, I feel like they have it it's like a duty to them to make sure that their lands don't get fucked with. And occasionally they may raid the elves, but as of right now, there's kind of a shaky alliance going on. And they're not really focusing on that. They're focusing on their own issues. Because each country has their own issues, obviously. Well, if we're doing that, probably popsicles? Yeah, that's why I said Jello at first. I was like, I don't know, something like sweet maybe? Instead of like the tangy dairy taste, maybe like a sweet taste solidified, so maybe a Jello or something. That's what I was assuming. Ugh, hold on, I gotta adjust. My pants don't like me. They're crawling up something fierce. I have to fix them. Okay, we're good. Okay. Whew, there we go. Now, I don't know if they'd have boats. I feel like they might have boats. Which would let them travel between Chawalala quite a bit, because Chawalala is this whole fucking section. Chawalala is very, very water dense. And it's very scary. But I feel like the Norse have had to deal with them or the Norse, fuck me, the Leikthirians. The Leikthir have had to deal with these shitheads for a while now. So they've probably developed weapons to deal with poison dart arrows. They've also, like I said, they probably had some sort of falling out with the elves at some point, but the elves are not really doing too hot. They're actually, like, not trying to pick on anyone at all. They're hiding. The cat child has betrayed me! That is what cats do, yeah. Clearly the opposite of cheese, edible to most people, causes upset for some, would be uranium-234, and edible to everyone, causes upset for most. Yeah. Lillian, are you saying because you're lactose intolerant, you can eat uranium? That's what I gathered from that? Sugar Skull, no. Don't eat, you turn green again. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it, Sugar Skull. I can eat uranium once. I can eat uranium once. Okay, I'm just gathering up some pictures real quick. Okay, let's look at this. I'm looking at knives and, like, weapons and stuff. Yeah, I don't think they'd have to worry. Oh.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go and grab that beer. Because, I don't know. I just kind of feel like it.
Look at that cute guy. Look at that cute guy.
I mean, you're gonna be able to hear me walking.
Nope, there he goes. Hey, Lillian, come back. Lillian. I miss your streams. I miss them dearly.
Okay, you found it.
Was it bear?
Hold on. I'm rotating.
Oh, it's Lethal Company.
I'm
So I want to
rotating
play
over there.
Lethal Company again. That shit was fun. At least I think it was Lethal Company. Yeah, it looks like it.
Denny,
Cecil,
go
you're a
ahead.
whiner.
Go ahead, we'll meet you there. Get there first. Teleport us if we don't make it.
What are you calling?
The bit comes
That's
first.
all?
You know what?
That's what I thought.
Cigarette. Cigarette.
Peep.
I'm sorry, Sejima!
What a baby.
Hi, so I went to brothel.
PBN.
Let's say I wasn't up to the mark. The lady even laughed in my face. Now
Let's
it's time
see.
to show up again and show her
Chainmail.
what a man I truly am. You give me a potion that makes
Hey, what the
me
fuck? Why'd you jump me out? I didn't do nothing.
of love.
The fucking laugh is great.
Well, it's the minute clip.
I clipped
I
this.
think also inside.
Because they fucking miss.
Didn't open the door.
Then they told me not to clip it.
No one clipped that. You're not allowed to do that.
Then I did. Yeah, get Sugar Skull.
You're liking me so much I'm getting smaller.
Oh, there she goes. Get small, tiny. Little.
That's what you do to me. You lick me too much and I shrink. Meanie. Oh, hey!
While we're watching this, I'm gonna start writing random ideas that come into my head.
Fix it. Wait, no, you're fixing it too much. You're fixing it too much. Ah! Tiny. Help! I've gotten tiny.
Item. One last thing. If faced with Ultimate Doom, the Fiend. Thank you for the cricket. If faced with the Ultimate Doom, the Fiend will
Was
use
that
any
it?
trick to save itself. That's not the
My people are just fucking with you in this.
How are we gonna fight Hooktail with a dog?
Just the
That's
stare.
not the right item.
Beautiful.
It's not the right item.
Raises you up like a fish caught on a hook. Oh,
It's,
got him.
it's just not. Not the
Hmm?
right
You
item.
talking to me, babe? Oh,
Anyway.
no, he's not talking to me. I do not have a VGen command yet, but I do have a Vagine. I do have a Vagine. Kill me.
I have a Vagine. No, I have a VGen link that I can send you guys.
Kill me. I still do have a VGen. I still have a VGen link. Look at that. Y'all can commission me if you want to. It's right there. I just got verified, by the way. Congratulate me. Thank you. I did it, I know. I'm actually very excited for the fact that I did that. It makes me very happy. Oh, well. But let's see. Military service, I don't think is owned primarily by Jarls. I feel like Jarls and the... Well, maybe the Chieftain has, like, a military of his own, but I don't think the Jarls would be super heavy on a military basis. Like, an actual official military. It's just the dudes you have in your town. If there's issues, you just grab them and be like, hey, yo, let's go fight. So everyone does have some sort of, like, self-sustaining, I know how to fight training to them. Actual military would probably be more like mercenaries, where they go off and do their own fucking thing, and you have to pay for their services. I feel like that'd be pretty interesting. And they will actually be sometimes doing the raiding and the pillaging. But it is a rare sight. New OC idea just dropped. Oh wait, my brain's... Where was it? I didn't see what you're quoting to. Oh god, he said that a long time ago. Oh no, I missed it. Ah. Let's see. The Chieftain's the only one with an official military. What is it called? Like, combat training? Okay, so basically, I feel like if you're an actual in the military service, you're either one of two things. You're either a mercenary, a part of some sort of company or guild, like a fighter's guild or a warrior's guild, or you're a part of the chieftain's military of the capital. Otherwise, you're just kind of a citizen that knows how to fight a little bit. So I feel like that's how it works. That's how their military could work. I think that'd be fun. Scholars! Ooh, they don't really have scholars the way we think of scholars. They don't really have people that, like... Maybe scholars are considered, like, rune keepers? Have you checked out the Fighters Guild? They're always looking for new recruits. I'm gonna cry, Lily. No, not the Fighters Guild. I am the upset. I am the sad. I'm going to cry. And punch Lilin. Softly. Very softly. Not very hard. Mostly because I can't. But, yeah, I think they would be, like, rune keepers, maybe? Like, people who, like, scry with runes? Like, kind of like magic people. Less to do with, like, studying, more to do with, like, divining shit. Because these guys aren't the type to have, like, libraries and, like, be, like, stuffy little pencil pushers. Punch Lilin softly with your lips. Wait. Right on his little forehead. Mwah. So yeah, I think I might do that. Let me look up the runes real quick.
No, continue. Mwah. Little smooch on your forehead there, Lillian. Mwah. Okay, so Norse runes are an important part of Norse mythology. They're considered like runic symbols. And they were used for magic. Writing system created by Germanic tribes around 50 AD. Symbols were first carved into wood, then stone. Stone are called rune stones. Yep. What language? I don't need that. How vital are runes in mythology? Runes held magic powers. The world tree Yggdrasil has runes engraved in its trunk. Their meaning remained a mystery in Norse myth until Odin's ritual sacrifice of his own life revealed their meaning to him. It's believed Odin revealed runes to the first human rune master. Okay, so I think I might do something similar. I might have them, like, consider runes to be like these really special magical powers. Can I punch Lilin with my lips? Sure. So if you're a scholar, you're not necessarily a pencil-pushing scribe, you're not a book reader, you are a rune master. Like, if he's cool with it. I can see you beeping your fingers from here. Like, I don't know, maybe he's cool with it. Cecil, shush. That little mouth, shush it. Oh. Oh, okay, you're fine. Volunteers tribute! Yeah? Alright, so, if you're a scholar, what would I call them? Rune bearers, I guess? Well, no, that sounds silly. So these guys are kind of like considered witches that do spells and stuff. So I think that's what I'll put for scholars. Artisans! There's a lot of those. Artisan is obviously the biggest, like, class you're gonna run into. Let's see. There would obviously be... Well, let me go look up some stuff. Let me look at more Viking stuff. So let's go see. Viking occupations. Viking careers. Job opportunities with the world's #1 cruise line. Nice, let's do it. I probably could have just looked up Norse instead of Viking, because there is a difference. Vikings, not all Vikings were Norse, and not all Norse were Vikings. Because Viking was a job more than an actual ethnicity. The Norse were a people. Viking were people who went off to raid stuff. So, let's see. Of course, we'll have agriculture and hunters. So, there's... Yeah, we need hunters and rangers. They're very, very important. Because they would be considered, the people making sure, like, nothing fucking went down. There's also wood carvers. Because, they use wood primarily as their homes. My shit is not tracking. There we go. It's because my screen's too dark. This website's dark.
The true picture of Vikings as they raided and plundered. It's not the only picture we should have these energetic people. They could do some trading. I could see them do that. Because they are able to travel higher north, especially if you look in here. In Eldrig, if you scoot in Lake Thyr, you can see that they are surrounded in mountains that they probably mine for different iron deposits. They also have this huge cliffside that they can mine into as well, and also climb it up onto and explore up here. So I feel like they have a lot of little resources that they can actually tap from that they can trade with, and people would be really cool for. Let's see, what else? Alright, I'm just reading real quick about what other stuff they would do. Yeah, farmers, carpenters, blacksmith, bone carvers. Oh yeah, that would exist. So we had wood carvers, traders, blacksmiths, herdsmen. Herds would actually probably be very important, because if you found a bunch of animals that you could probably herd and do some husbandry on, you'd be able to get the population back without like worrying about over hunting. Okay, I think that's like the most common stuff. People who are farmers, hunters, and rangers, as well as different carvers and traders. I feel like that's like a common thing to do. But then of course you'd have artisans that make clothing, pots, beads, jewelry, you know, your standard craftsmen. Ow, my throat. Yeah, also, if you've ever looked at, like, Norse jewelry, it's gorgeous. They knew how to work metal. They were really smart. So, it's the only image we should have. Scandinavian people had a huge impact. Okay, so the website doesn't really give me anything else that I need. But yeah, I think they have a focus on agriculture, farming, as well as hunting, herding, all that good shit. Entertainment! Obviously, they play music. Let me go to the Dracovish real quick. Entertainer. As an entertainer, you pride yourself in upholding the arts and love to perform traditional music and dance for your people. While it's uncommon for there to be troops from Thrakov who are wandering the lands, a few colonial bands have taken to adventurous life to spread their culture to others who might also appreciate their sounds. I feel like they would... What, Kevin? They would also have, songs as well, but I feel like they would, entertainment-wise, would probably be more on the side of, what's the term? Reciting soliloquy and, eddas. Or maybe singing eddas. I feel like they... Ed, Edda, and Eddie. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry, actually. There we go. So I feel like they perform poetry and eddas to like certain beats, maybe not to music. If they're playing music, I feel like music might be instrumental, and then singing is separate. So I'm gonna do that. And when I start writing in the actual social classes, I will go over all that. And then there is the two
people that don't adhere to the culture anymore. There's the urchin and the outlander. So as you can see up here, I have the aristocrat, clergy, military, scholar, and artisan, and entertainment written down. Let's see, artisan, military, scholar, artisan. Yeah. So urchin and outlander are two types of people that aren't really there anymore. Cecil! Sit down! You don't need to yell so much. He's been snippy all day with me. So for the underlings, an urchin, as an urchin, you're considered an outcast in the nation or in the colonies. This has to do with either the marks on your body or your birth. The underlings are a little fucked. Remember when I said bat iconography is absolutely fucking awful and they consider it a part of the devil? If you were born with your black spots looking like bat wings or like a bat teeth or anything, they'll consider you an omen and they'll kick you the fuck out. They'll get scared of you. If you are a full underling, you have been cast out and are no longer seen as a citizen because of having a taboo mark on your body, such as a bat's wing. Considered an ill omen, you are not really welcome and must find your own way to survive in the underbellies of the city you came from. More often than not, however, it's because you are a half-breed. Most underlings are not comfortable with having a child that has the lineage of another race. Yeah, they're fine with, like... once again, the underlings are kind of fucked culturally. But they look at other races and they're like, ooh, pretty exotic creature that I would love to bone. And then when they actually get pregnant by it, they're like, oh shit, I have to deal with this. And then they think the the half-breed is kind of ugly and they're like, get it out of here. And then there's outlanders. Outlanders are exceptionally rare for an underling. True. And are typically in this position because they were also cast out of their home and labeled a bad omen or a second-class citizen. Instead of going the way of the urchin, aka running around your city trying to hide and like, do bad dealings, they instead took to the wilds and learned how to survive on their own. So an urchin is someone still technically in the city, but they're a pariah and they're not really considered a citizen anymore, and they have to do illegal means to stay alive. Outlanders are the opposite. They leave completely and they go figure out their own shit. And it's the same in every culture. Urchins are the ones in the city but do bad dealings. Outlanders are the ones that left. So I'm gonna write all that down. If you were an urchin in Laketheir, you must have done some fucked up shit. Because they are all about the tribe and the family and, like, your people. You don't just very easily kick someone out. Even if they're a half-breed, they don't care. The people are people, but you must have done some really fucked up shit. Urchin, you installed League of Legends. Shit. Hey, that shit's been uninstalled off my computer for months now. Be proud of me. You better be proud of me. Praise me. Praise me for getting out of League of Legends. Yeah, in order to be considered an urchin... Thank you for the pet, Sugar Skull. Yeah, you must have done some really bad shit. Because I can't think of any other reason why they'd kick you out. Urchins can come in many different forms depending on where you're from. Like, for instance, in Clendel, an urchin could probably have been just an orphan, a kid who lost their family and was raised in an orphanage, and now they don't really have a support system, so they go off and get with the wrong crowd. The people of Laketheir don't really do that. They're like, yeah, no, I don't care if you're an orphan. You're someone's kid now. Because they're in such a harsh environment, any kid is a fucking blessing. They're not gonna just let you wander the streets if you're, you know, if you're out of home. They're gonna put you in a house. They're gonna take care of you. So if you're an urchin in Laketheir, you're a really bad person. As for Outlander, it's... children are very expensive resources. Children are very precious.
therefore, also if you're an Outlander, I feel like it's more of a sense of duty more than you got kicked out. For the underlings, you got kicked out. But for, like, let's say Clendel, for instance, this stream endorses this level of violence. Yeah. But yeah, in, like, Clendel, the human river settlement, if you're an Outlander, you're more like a ranger. You're, like, watching the forests and shit. You haven't been kicked out. You're just isolated from, civilization. That's all that means. So for these guys, I think it would be something similar, where you're out there because of a duty, whether you're like a scout or you're watching the borders or something. So, there we go. I put that down. Kissing booths are old news. Now we got lip punch booths. Yeah. So, yeah, I will word this nicer, because, like, in the actual cultural info for the underlings, for example, I have it make it sound like you're reading it about yourself. Like, as an aristocrat, you are a part of the noble family and are expected to uphold the cultural beauty of your people. I'll word it like that. Lots of tongue, though. So, I'll worry about that. Also, having this helps me figure out what I'm gonna do down here, too. As for value, mannerisms, taboos, clothing, dress, I can actually do clothing and dress as well. Because I actually have started working on their clothes. So let's get rid of the hybrids real quick. Yeah, so as you can see here, I have the Dune clothing. I have the simple clothes that they wear. Their, like, middle-class clothes that they wear when they're, like... These are the Dune's folk clothes, by the way. And then, of course, the really big ones. In Clendel, you would wear something like this. I should probably turn on, like, the races. So you can actually see. So, this would this is how you would be dressed if you were in the Assyrian Empire, especially near the capital. This would be lower class. Where is it? Oh, middle class. Oh, give me just a moment. We have mail! Nice looking clothes. Thank you. I do like drawing clothes. Clothes are my favorite. What'd you get? What's in the mail? We one got mail. Now I'm nosy. Mail time! Yeah, now I'm nosy. Hi, Cecil. What'd you order, babe? Card? Looks like a card. Alright, I'm gonna stop getting this business. Is it Beatles? Did you order Beatles? Medic asked if it's Beatles. It's not Beatles. Sorry, Medic, it's not Beatles. Understood. But yeah, these guys are like middle class. More curd bird? Yeah, you got the curd bird. One beetle as a treat. And then we have our, like nobility outfits for the Dunes folk, for the Assyrian Empire. And then we have the Plains folk clothes, and they are this. This is what they look like. Look at these guys. This is if you're not very, if you're low class, then it goes to middle class, like this. Got really pretty clothes, got really pretty colors. And then there is upper class, the gorgeousness. Look at that fucking transition. Blam. Very pretty. I have not completely started working on the Laketir clothing yet, the Snow's Folk, but I do have the Snow's Folk drawn right here. I think I have their clothes in here. That's dwarfs. That's dwarves. That's elves. Elves. There it is. Okay, so I wanted to give them a kind of like mixture between Norse and Sami, and maybe a hint of Mongolian. I love the blue and gold, so pretty. It is very pretty. But, yeah, so I gave it a bit of like Norse with Sami and a hint of Mongolian in between. And then, of course, you have like the lower class, which is this. It's hard to see. Let me turn this down. Yeah. That would be more Norsey. Like, it's a little more North looking. And like I said, this was more like Sami. And this is like higher tier. Yes. Norse-Sami-Mongolian. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff they wear. What is this? That's elf stuff. What is this? That's also elf stuff. So is this. The elves are not here yet. The elves can go away. In fact, I don't think anyone in my campaign has chosen an elf. Speaking of, I need to grab my old players and be like, hey, are you still down? Do you have the space once my campaign is ready? I also want to do more Vandal. Vandal's fucking great. I know. Oh, like Lilith and Medic Vandal. That'd be interesting. Doesn't matter her cooking a rich multicultural stew. Thank you. I basically just looked at different cultures that have to deal with the bitter-ass cold, and I went, yeah, this is what they wear to keep themselves from dying. So, I did a little combination here and there to be like, yeah, this would make sense. They don't want to freeze to death. They have a very nice thick cotton. Also, I was able to actually, like, touch that shit, like, for real, because we bought actual, like, Norse, like, traditionally Norse clothing. He can't wear it, obviously, right now, especially right now, because it's hot as fuck. But, it's warm. If you actually touch that stuff, it's warm as hell. The wool and cotton, like, they have, that he got for his, like, cape that he wears, it's so fucking warm, and you can use it as a blanket. Like, it's so nice. So, I kind of based it off of that, too. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. It's warm as hell. Of course they'd have something like this. Cecil, why are you warm? What sunlight were you laying in, little one? Cute boy. But yeah, so I will be working with that a little more. So that's what the clothes would be down here. As far as like values, mannerisms, and taboos, all this stuff I can slowly fill in. I don't think I'm gonna need all of this at first until I like give it a bit more thought. Obviously, I've talked a little bit about family structure. They consider children very precious. So even if like, you know, you were born and then your dad died fighting something, and then your mom died giving birth to your like sibling or whatever, they're not gonna be like, oh no, 2 orphans sitting there, oh no, so sad. No, they're gonna be like, okay, y'all are going immediately to a family member, next of kin, someone, a friend of the family. It don't matter. You're taken care of. You are now their kid. Congrats. Like, they don't fuck around when it comes to, like, that kind of stuff. Ow, hiccups. Relationships with other races. They don't really get along with the dwerg. Not the squirrel dwerg, at least. No one gets along with the squirrel dwerg. Hey, y'all want to see the squirrels, by the way? I've shown them off before, but it's really funny. So here's my dwerg. That's what the Codir dwerg look like. This is what the Aulanig dwerg look like, the ones from here. So Codir is the pale ones. Aulanig is the little mousy looking ones. And then we've got fucking squirrels. They're the ones in Chawalala. And they're fucking crackheads. That's all you need to know. They don't look like crackheads right now, but I promise you, those are the eyes of, like... Those are the eyes of a killer. Let's see. Okay. Let me pull up my website again. Architecture and vehicles. Architecture would be very wood structured, and padded out, probably with certain stone, so that they don't get cold. They want to stay warm. It's very on point for any squirrel-like being to be honorary crackheads. Literally, they're nutty. They're nutty little... They're nutty because they're squirrels. Oh, I have an itch. Ah. Okay, I'm good. What? Yeah, nuttier than squirrel poop are the squirrels. Let's see. Common cuisine. I'm gonna have to start drawing like a really meat-heavy diet. They eat a lot of meat and stews with like root vegetables that can grow in the cold. Good joke. Yeah, I stole it from Wee One. What? I didn't steal your joke. I stole his joke. Don't tell him. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna worry too much about this yet. I've gotten down what I need to the most, which is what the social classes will be doing, and I'll write out like the rest of the stuff later. But for that, I will worry about that later. I also want to cover... I don't need to worry about my albs right now, although they are really cool. I'm very proud of them. Hey, Leah, down! But I do need to figure out who I'm bringing in and who I'm going to be writing for. So like I said, the Snow Folk is for Wee One. Leon is going to be making a character from there, I believe. Hold on, let me get my pen. Probably Lilin. I think someone stole your joke. Probably Lilin. Oh. Blippi's tattling on. Totally, it was Lilin who did it. Stole your joke. What's that? Can you see it? Oh, okay. My brain was trying to process it. Yeah, I have to go back and grab. Let's see. I can turn these guys off because I don't need them right now. The Dwerg are crackheads. Oh, right. I'm actually basing a lot of these, some of their cultures off of something else. Hold on. Let me go and get that. So, for those of you who don't know, there was a game that was supposed to come out years ago now called Chronicles of Illyria. And because I'm an ornery little shit and I wanted that game and that game never came out, I actually started taking a few samples from their roster of races that supposedly were going to exist. Now, some of them I have not done anything with because I don't really need it, but this is stuff that I drew as like a fan thing. And I've been taking it because I made this. It's mine. Like, they can't tell me not to use it. I drew this. It's nothing that was on their website. But these are old clothing pieces that I drew for, like, race concepts. Because I was like, oh, that's really cool race stuff. I want to draw for it because that's really cool. And then I never fucking did anything. So I might take this and make it the North guys, the Lake Theater people. See how they're, like, really coated in hides and stuff? I might do that for, like, lower and middle class. Upper class is obviously going to be a lot more richer in color. It's very pretty. And then I know what these guys are from, and the second ones. I based this specifically off of how I am doing my albs. Specifically the albs from Beijing, this place. These albs are called silver albs, and they are very, very cool. I love them a lot.
And they look like this, silver ones. They're very pale with black hair, and their hair actually goes white very quickly, which is why they're called silver elves. Do I have their culture? I do! Their culture! They live on a very watery, almost bayou-looking place, kind of like this. And I love them. I love them a lot. I might be biased, but I did tell you that the elves were taken from my old world, Kana. And I might be biased towards silver elves because Adoken is part silver elf. Y'all know. You should know Adoken. If you don't... What the fuck, man? He's great. I'll show you. I'll show you my boy. Wrong folder. There's my boy. Here's my boy. He's a silver elf. Part silver elf. Self. Silver elf. Civ elf. You love yourself. I do love my elf. I love him. He is a good boy. But he is a silver elf, so you can kind of see what it's... Who's Adorkin? Sounds like a big dork. He is a dork. Look at his boop his nose. Look at his dork. But yeah, he's a silver elf, so whenever I have to do silver elf shit, I'm like, yes, thank you. I love them. Thanks. So that's what these guys are based off of. The silver elf stuff. And that's what I'm going to uphold. There's the ladies, the males. They have very similar clothing. Men and women don't really have like a gender distinction when it comes to clothes. In Adoken's and in this version, in Eldric's world, they don't really have a distinction. They don't really care. And then the third ones are like the dwarves, but I'm not doing that. That looks dumb. The outfits are pretty, but like... I didn't like that they were like, oh, the dwarf males don't have beards. And I was like, huh. Yeah, this is really old art I drew. And then, of course, I kind of based the Skarma off of these people. But specifically, I did it because of the Blashko's lines. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's humans' patterns of when we get cell divided. Humans have stripes, but we can't see them. But sometimes you can actually see them if the skin has a specific pigmentation going on. We humans have stripes. It's fucking cool. So that's what they did for this race. They gave them Blashko's lines so that they could match with their people a bit more. And I gave them the Himba clothes. I took a bit from... Well, not really Native American, but I basically took what most... Amazon people do, Amazonian, like, tree people do, with the whole, like, feathers in their hair. And I went, that would make sense for these people. They live in a really dense-ass fucking forest. Of course they'd have feathers adorning themselves somewhere, as well as teeth and bones. And then I combined that with the Himba clothing. For those of you who don't know what Himba is, can I share that? I think it's called Himba. I cannot show you the Himba. They do not wear bras. They do not cover their boobs. But they wear these skin pieces. Yeah, I can't actually show you what they look like, but I can Google it, I guess. Google Himba. And you'll see that they wear, like, leather skirts and stuff. Even the men. Men or women, it doesn't matter. So that's what I gave them. And I'm probably going to give that to the Skarma as well. Because the Skarma, at least the ones in the savannah, I don't think they'd have the bird stuff, so I'll probably remove the bird feathers because it doesn't make sense for them. It made sense for these guys, but not for the Skarma, so I'm probably going to do that for them. I'm just taking from my old stuff, that's all I'm doing, T. And then these little bastards. These guys I based the dwerg off of, the squirrels. I can't remember what they're called anymore, but they were like forest creatures that are supposed to look like sugar gliders, and they're absolute little bastards. So that's what I'm basing it off of. And I'm probably gonna give the dwerg, the squirrel dwerg at least, these kind of clothes. Maybe with a bit more leather, but definitely like leaf stuff.
And then, of course, you got your standard human people. This is a dude. This is a lady. I based it off of the 1100s, 1200s clothes. It's called recycling? You're fucking right. It's called recycling. You're so right, bestie. And then these guys, I don't think I'm gonna do anything with these either. Maybe later if I can find something, but they're a type of human that can like swim underwater a lot, so they have like these big eyes. And I based them very slightly off of like Thai. I love the leaf clothes, very cute aesthetic. I'm gonna put that on AU Desmond. Hey! I can't exactly remember what I like based them off of. I based them off of like old Japanese like water stuff, and like I gave them crocodile leather because they apparently have to deal with crocodiles in their water. And then I gave her like a cattail. They're swamp people! They're just swamp people! Who knows, maybe I'll make a swamp people at some point. And then these people are just the Assyrian Empire. Probably like nomads or something. So yeah, I'm gonna recycle all that. Go away, Adokin. Shoo. Get out of here. Go. This ain't about you anymore. I might actually copy these. Hold on. And paste them in here so that I can have them for later. There we go. Wait, what? Oh. There we go. Paste it in. Oh yeah, here's the Trakovish clothing I made. There's the, Y'all saw me actually draw this. Y'all watch me draw this shit. And then, of course, the elf clothing. The elves are not quite done. The albs, sorry. I keep forgetting they're technically albs. These guys aren't quite finished, but I'm not working on them right now. So this is what women would wear for the alb culture. Let me turn off everything. I gave them a third gender, but I don't think I'm going to be working on that too much. Elves don't really focus on that as much. Desmond lovingly showing off his son. The punting him out! Literally tough love. Get him out of here. He knows what he did. He didn't do anything. He's a good boy. But yeah, this is how I made it. This is like lower class albs where they have I wouldn't know what to call the cultures that I took this from. I just went, okay, they want their hair protected because they love their hair. They love their hair and they want it long and nice, but they probably, if they're lower class, so they're working class, they probably braid that shit and put it up on top of their head. So she probably has her hair, as you can see, she has it braided, right here. But she probably has it pulled up and braided again in the back and just wrapped. They don't want that shit, like, damaged if they're working. Same thing with this guy. He probably braided it and wrapped it around his head, and now he's wearing it as a turban. Yes, Pyrian, this is Uranus' people. He is also a sun elf, aka a gold elf, so you will see similarities. And then I made their middle class outfits, which I've only drawn the ladies. I haven't drawn the men's yet, but this is how I want them to dress. I want them to have, like, these sundresses that are really pretty, and then, like, extra layers they can drape on the inside of that corset that they wrap around their waist. I will squish that man someday. He is a good boy. He's just figuring himself out. For those of you who don't know, Uranus is an NPC for the campaign that I was running, and he is a good boy. He is an absolute baby boy, best man. He's just trying his best to live. Ugh. I do need to make more clothes for these guys, but this is a long project in the making, as you can see. But that's why I'm slowly biting off chunks instead of, like, trying to gulp the whole thing down immediately, and just working on what inspires me before I, like, lose my way. What else? The skid toe with that shade of pink, it's so pretty. It really is, look how pretty that is! I'm probably gonna give him something like a really pretty pastel blue. I feel like they love, like, soft colors. Soft colors are very pretty. I also feel like gold, like straight up gold color, is only reserved for the nobility. Sorry, I'm just looking at her beads. Yeah, she's like wearing bronze. I feel like gold is reserved for the nobility. What do these guys wear? Hold on. Yeah, see, they're just wearing browns and little soft yellows and oranges. And then you'll have this. I really need to draw the dude. Okay. So we don't have to worry about those right now. I know for the silver albs, they are, like I said, they're pretty... Where is it? Clothing sketches. Oh yeah, this is the sketches that I did. Oh, this is for the dude! That's right! The dudes wear boleros and have their tits out! I forgot about that! Hold on. Okay, so... as you can see here, the dudes have their tits out. I forgot about that. So, you can see that the ladies' outfits are pretty simple. They wear a little corset liner on their waist. The men usually wear some sort of skirt and then a little bolero on their shoulder. These guys have their hair covered because they're working. But if you're middle class or higher, as you can see, the sketch matches her dress perfectly because this is for her dress. The men have their whole ass titties out. Very prancing. Give. And I can actually show you an example of that in the Eld campaign. Give me a second. You know what? Fuck it. I'll bring him up. This is Urenos. He is one of the sun elves, one of the golden elves. I call them sun elves for a very stupid reason. So I keep mentioning Kana, and I will continue to mention Kana until I'm blue in the face because it's my baby. It's my firstborn world. It's my firstborn child. Sun elves were a subset of golden elves. Golden elves were like more pale and gold, and the gold elves came from the sun elves. They started in the desert with their skin really dark, and then they left that desert, and over, I don't know, fucking hundreds of thousands of years, they lightened up because they were in a lighter environment. Sun elves are the progenitors, and this is what they look like. They have the red eyes and the dark skin and the bright-ass blonde hair to help them blend in, because remember, I based them kind of off of cat/dragons. Their hair reflects the biome they're from. So their hair is the color of the sand that they would hide in. Their hair is secretly solar-powered. Their hair is beautiful and I love them. But this is Urenos. I keep calling him a sun elf, but they're technically gold elves here. He's wearing a bolero, as you can see, this beautiful red thing, and his lovely little skirt. So he's middle class. He's like lower to, like, between lower and middle class. If he wasn't wearing that armor piece, he'd just be straight up naked. I want to hold his hand and bring him coffee while he works. Bruh, he'd appreciate it. I could definitely see him leaning over his desk, almost wanting to cry. He's very bureaucratic. For a military man, he's very bureaucratic. Handsome. He's very handsome. He's my handsome baby boy. But yeah, I'm actually gonna copy and bring him in as well, just as a... There we go. As a, influence. I'm also gonna do this. I'm gonna bring these over, and I'm just gonna mush them together. There we go. So these are refs. Oh, I put my back. That's my dwarf stuff. That's dwarf stuff. That is... Sipele. Okay. 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 Okay, we got everything down. I think this is all Kobesh stuff, so I don't need to worry about it right now. We just kind of play with his hair, maybe. Oh, that'd be cute. Just twirl your fingers in his hair. Let me close out this. I don't need it. I'm gonna start grabbing my NPCs then. I also have... Let's see, I don't need this. But this is one of the reasons why I am working on clothes the way I am. Because, for instance, here's another NPC. You can see from, like, the way she's dressed and also the way she looks, from how I've described these races, if you can put it all together, her clothing is very reminiscent of Clendel, if you go and look at it. There it is. So if you go look at the Clendel clothes, it's got that, like, shoulder thing, and then the dip, and then this corset. She's wearing something very similar. She's also wearing very beautiful reds to mark that she's more middle class. And also her sleeves are the same way. It's a little different, a different style, but it's still that. But then she has something wrapped around her waist. And that is actually... if I could get to it. Where... It's not in alb clothing yet. It's in sketch. That is not it. That's Dwerg. It is this. This is silver alb clothing. You can see she's wearing that exact same fucking skirt on her hip. So you can kind of see her combining her cultures together. And it's really fun. I love doing this. Makes me very happy. I love her, by the way. She's very beautiful. You can even see her jewelry is like with a moon, because silver albs love their moons. I also like moons, as you can tell. So that's the main reason why I want to kind of grind all this out. I want to be able to do it for my NPCs. I want to be able to just generate an NPC and be like, okay, this is your culture, this is what you look like. Because the way my campaign is going to work, I want characters to be drawn and looked at while they're talking. I was originally gonna do like a Vado tube thing, and I tried. It got to be a little much. So I'm just drawing like portraits mostly. But yeah, I want people to be able to like see what the characters look like. And if I generate them, like if they're like a character that I don't have any plans for, or I've made up on the spot, I won't have art for them, obviously. Or maybe I will, who knows? Maybe I'll just start generating random ass characters and pluck one up that generates with it, so I can keep my illusion. But if it's a character that doesn't have like any significance, like just a one-off that doesn't even have a fucking name, I'm not gonna draw for that. You know, shit like that, but I would love to draw the like more significant NPCs for my players. And that's why I'm working on the cultures the way I am. It's not only to immerse my players, but it's also to make living, breathing NPC art that can work for it. Also, before we head out, I want to show you this. This is another remnant of Kana. I wanted to see if I could make a dress that can just be put together in one piece, and I can. I don't know if I'll ever use this, but this is more like... I don't think I'd be able to use it without thinking of my old world, but I still wanted to share it because it's pretty. Teehee. Alright, let me close some of this out. I'm gonna get rid of this, but yeah, it's just a really pretty dress. And I do want to eventually, like, line art all of this stuff too, instead of just have it be sketches. But I think I'll do that as I work on the website. I don't need to focus too much on that. But that means next week, I'm going to focus purely on drawing, and we're going to be working on drawing the Leikthir people. We're going to be drawing their... Let's see. Let's go back. I'm going to write all this out at some point. What peeper? You shush! He lay down. I'm gonna fill this out properly, and then we're going to work on clothing and dress and cuisine foods. Right there. I'm gonna draw these, and we're gonna make them nice. Kind of like how I did the Trakovish or the underling clothes, where you can like flip through them. So, yeah. Expect that next Wednesday. So, for now, we're gonna bobbity boop over here. Hello, hello. It is about that time, so we are going to raid out. But thank you guys so much for listening to me rambling and watching me just, like, go around in a circle like I normally do. I know there wasn't a whole lot of art, like actual drawing art today, but there will be next week. I will be drawing the Norse Laketir people. I need to stop calling them the Norse, because they're not Norse. The Norse were completely different people. Sure, they're kind of inspired by them, but it's not like... What's the word? It's not like they're a one-to-one. I took inspiration from a lot of different cultures that are in the cold zones. But I think with that, we're gonna go raid. Let's go find someone. Who are we gonna drop on? I could give you guys someone who's actually drawing. World building is art. I love it. It's very infectious in a good way. Excellent. I'm glad I can inspire you guys. I'm trying my best. It makes my brain happy. Yay! Yeah, and I hope I made sense. Cause like, I do tend to ramble sometimes. But I do know that I will be drawing the, like I said, the Laketir people, their clothes. I'm gonna figure out how to keep them warm. Thank you, Sugar Skull, for the gun. Alright, let's go find someone to plop in on. What is that? Give me a second. I'm going to see what game this is. Huh. Alright, so we're gonna drop in on another femboy. His tag is femboy, boy wife. Excellent. And he is a tiger! So, you know, if you want to see a cool little kitty cat boy, go see that! He is cute. But grab your messages. Femboy wife. Yeah, femboy wife. Grab your guys' messages. The first one is if you have my emails. The second one is if you do not, because I appreciate all of you. And I'll see you tomorrow. We'll probably do some more, Supermarket Sim, just to wind down, get back in the groove of everything. The best kind of wife. Yeah, the male wife. And then Friday, depending on how I'm feeling, we might do more Supermarket Sim, or I might boot up me some Dragon Age Origins. Because I've been itching to play that game. And talking about this stuff has made me itch even more. Because it is a fun fucking game. I feel like it's aged a bit. I feel like it's probably a little harder to play now, but I'm gonna try, goddammit. But, the cafe is closing. I will see you guys later. Oh no, the ads! Ha! We're getting away from them. Run from the ads, everyone! Hurry! Durganerg! Yeah, Durganerg. Goodbye, everybody.